Stewie, people are procrastinating all the time. They're always sitting there waiting for the rates to go down.
Jamie, this is a problem we see all the time. People say, hey, I know I can save money. Should I wait? Should I not wait? But how many times in your lifetime did you wait and lose that opportunity? Well, the opportunity is now. The Federal Reserve has not yet cut those rates. They said they may. They kind of hinted to it, but you just don't know. Don't look back and say, I should have, could have, didn't. Get off your butt now and make life better for yourself.
314-324-4440, or you can always Google the Bagel Loan.
NMLS number 226715.
Why do the national tax resolution firms need the tiny fine print at the bottom of all their TV ads? Hi, this is Lance Drury with the Lance Drury Law Firm. You don't hear fast-talking disclaimers in our ads because the claims we make are 100% transparent. The Lance Drury Law Firm primarily focuses on one thing, IRS problems, and we're regulated by the Bar Association, and we have a AAA rating with the Better Business Bureau. IRS issues are serious legal issues. The Lance Drury Law Firm has helped thousands of clients navigate the best resolution plans, and we tell you up front exactly how much it'll cost. Tax resolution law is all we do. So before you send money to some out-of-town, high-pressure salesperson, give us a call at the Lance Drury Law Firm, located right here in St. Louis. Call today to schedule your free consultation with me, 314-260-6120, or visit LanceDruryLaw.com.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis, you are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. And Doug, welcome to 2026.
Well, I'm afraid I'm not going to be much good to you this year.
The whole year,
probably. Yeah, coming off this break, I was sleeping in too late. I'm still kind of in shutdown mode. I just don't know what I can contribute. I was sleeping until 10 in the morning a few of these last few days.
That sounds wonderful.
It was, but I'm still kind of ashamed of myself.
Why?
10 in the morning? Well, because I was going to bed about 8:30.
Oh, you were doing white?
No.
Oh, 8:30, like the previous.
I would not.
You said he went to bed at 8:30 in the morning, Tim, and
That's
then
what I
got
was
up at
thinking.
10 to get after it. What are you in sales?
No.
Look at this. This guy. So you're not going to be good the whole year.
The whole year I wouldn't anticipate that. No, I wouldn't count on
because you're
much.
out of sorts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my sleep pattern has been disturbed.
Holy crap, boy, they are... They were waiting for us to return. Look at this text inbox, which is brought to you by Air Comfort Service. And with it being the first week of the month, Jackson, were you aware of this going into today?
Sometimes you kind of just force that out of your mind, and then when it returns, you just deal with it as it comes.
Well, that means if you do not have a name saved in the Air Comfort Service text inbox at 314-399-9646, today through Friday, Jackson Burkett will be giving you the name that you politely request, assuming it does not violate Federal Communication Commission regulation. So Jackson will be on that throughout the course of this week. And then, Martin, this is what you have been waiting for.
Okay.
The Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, the $10,000 HVAC system emailer of the month contest begins today. And because of the substantial nature of this prize, we are doing the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day at 9:45, and then we will announce the winner right before we shut the program down at 10:55. So we will all vote, and then we will select a winner. Whoever wins the most emails of the day in the month of January receives a $10,000 HVAC system from the great Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling, online at designairservice.com, where Martin's a client, Doug's a client, and I'm a client, and they are the longest-running sponsor here on TMA, sponsor of the email of the day, and the greatest promotion in this show's history. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Jackson, any other details that I have failed to share with the audience for the greatest promotion in the history of TMA?
No, I think you nailed it. 9:45, we'll vote. Reveal at 10:55. It'll be great.
Papers, what are the rules on name changes? If you're an established brand like Little Polly's Pants or whatever, whatever they are, if it's a name you've enjoyed and the listeners have gotten to know, but they say, you know what, it's a new year, I need to rebrand, like Action Jackson. Are you okay with that? Do you?
It's a case by case. It's a case by case. Like someone like Arbor Day.
Can't change.
That's that's an institution.
That is an institution. I agree with that.
Harrison's Brother Master, for different reasons, will also not be changed.
Different reasons.
Different reasons. So I think in some circumstances, yes. If a name maybe hasn't caused much traction as I thought it might, yeah, then I'm open to a change.
Interesting.
I'm open to anything.
The winner
really.
likely will be announced on Friday, January 30th, unless somebody has such a huge lead that they would have won it by then.
Yeah, or a showdown situation like a tie.
Can you even imagine that?
Too much drama,
February
too much.
2nd, and then the following week we're at spring training. Or is it 2 weeks later?
Guys' palms be sweating on the keyboard as they're typing.
Honey, get in here real quick. What do you think about this? A joke about like McKernan being the best and stuff? I'm sorry, what is this? Do you want a new HVAC or not, lady? Sit
That's
down.
exactly right. That's what you say. Do you want a new HVAC or not, lady? So do you want one? Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The first of a series of Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day competitions to decide who wins this $10,000 HVAC system from Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling begins today. Get them in, and I would suggest getting them in earlier. How are you and Chairman Kurt handling the filtering process here, Papers? I mean, you've got so much on your plate with all these text inbox requests as it is.
Just keeping an eye on it. No real difference than what we've always done.
Okay.
But we don't have to be as careful about time because we're giving it a wider berth with it being at 9:45.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shout out to Papers for the work you did, the best of. I had people commenting over the break saying, hey, really enjoyed that Will Clark interview. Hey, that Steve Klein was a delight. Hey, JR telling media stories, a lot of fun. I thought, yeah, we're in there knocking it out for everybody for this holiday week. But a lot of good feedback on your choices for
about
the
that,
best
Papers?
of.
It's nice to know. Yeah. Generally surprised.
Okay.
But it's not. Anytime you can get some love, it feels good, man.
Give Jackson some love by texting in 314-399-9646. Also, we have the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where fans and friends have gathered at youtube.com/TMASTL. Looks like we might have a Banny Rooster in there. Chairman Kurt is nodding. We got a burner to start the new year, Doug. New Year's resolution, I'm going to get up at 6:45 and create a burner account and go into the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. You can go in there and interact with AJM57 before he is banished.
Get it while you can.
I don't know.
Get it while you can.
Anytime I go in, I just open it up and I don't know. He's aggressive and
yeah, that's going to do it for you.
He's gone. He just got popped.
Yeah.
Doug, he got popped right on the air.
Shrews buried.
All right.
YouTube.com/TMASTL. Open up your YouTube app and subscribe to the TMASTL YouTube channel. It's brought to you by Michelob Ultra. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Michelob Ultra, long-time Morning After sponsor and the sponsor of our YouTube chat. Doug, this is probably the most substantial Sadie Hawkins you have ever had on this show. I mean, if we're talking about something that took place 9 hours ago, it's what took place in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. You needed every single second of every single regular season game in the 2025-2026 season to determine who would go to the playoffs. And oh my goodness, it came down to kickers, and they got tight under pressure. You have the college football playoff in Indiana goes from upstart to heavy favorite to win the national championship after pounding Alabama. You have the Blues. They're undefeated in 2026. Vegas, no problem. L'Habitant, no problem. You have the Missouri Tigers rising from the dead after the debacle from the Missouri perspective of the bragging rights game and beating the defending national champions on Saturday night. You have the Billikens setting the stage for the shocking run to the national championship in 2026 by scoring 100 points yet again against St. Joseph's, and that hawk that never stops flapping its wings. I would make that the lead. Personally, you have all the buzz about the Cardinal acquisitions this offseason.
They haven't done much.
But Doug privately said, I think the lead is the Gator Bowl, and so we're going to take a look.
Oh, gosh. I've already forgotten about it. I didn't watch 1 second of it.
Nice.
Did you guys watch it?
I was at a bar enjoying libations. You ever go to that Peacemaker in Kirkwood?
I don't think so.
Really? A little lobster roll to go with your forehands, Doug. You roll them into one, and I've never been, but I've heard.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, I don't think I've been there.
We were setting up shop. That's where I was ponied up. It was on in the background. But you wanted to break that game down.
I didn't. I didn't watch a second of it. I have no interest at all in that. None.
Well,
Surprised myself. No, really? I didn't have much interest either.
Doug, what?
I don't know. I told you this is not going to be my year. I guess the game last night, that's the one I can remember.
So that's what it's based on.
Both kickers that missed so badly, it made me think that the wind was moving the ball.
You thought the hawk was up?
Because they didn't say anything at all about a wind on the broadcast, but Tyler Loop missed that last field goal. He missed it by 20 yards to the right.
Well, when Baltimore ends a season, they do it in dramatic fashion, do they not?
Yeah.
Mark Andrews dropped last year, and that whole game, you're saying, boy, this Lamar narrative, it's just going to get worse. It's going to be ESPN for the next 3 weeks. Is Lamar the right guy to be the Ravens quarterback? Because he's having
sounds like you were doing an impression.
Just like a generic ESPN guy, and then setting up the table, the dais, with the 8 former players to debate. And I thought, I can't take it. It's just going to be all Lamar all the time.
Well, he did what he could do. He threw a couple
I know,
balls.
but I'm saying until then, he was like 5 for 10, terrible numbers. And then he makes a couple of incredible plays. And like, okay, that narrative's gone. Aaron Rodgers' career over. That's how it ends. But wait, Doug, Aaron Rodgers lives to see another day.
Right. He looked good, too, there at the end. But I hate to see games in like that.
Yes.
I feel so bad for the kickers. Everyone on the team is going to just blame him. I just can't imagine what the flight home must be like for a kicker when you've blown a game like that cost your team a spot in the playoffs. That's hurtful to see that.
Tyler Loop, a rookie from Arizona, was the one that missed it. And whereas Boswell's looked like a slice, Loop just pushed it dead right. And the thing that sucks about it for him is he had been 1,000% from inside 45 yards. This one from 44 yards with the AFC North on the line and nothing doing. He said it was a great situation, exactly what we wanted, and unfortunately I just mishit the ball. We call it hitting it thin. It spins fast and goes off to the right. The second it made contact with my foot, I felt it lower. We talk about hitting on the 4th lace of the shoe. You ever hear that? That's what they try to do, hit the 4th lace. It felt a little lower down the foot and hit it thin. Off it went. And the Ravens and Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson and perhaps John Harbaugh could be coaching his last game. They go off to the offseason Aaron Rodgers' career, which may have been ending along with Travis Kelce's yesterday. That is extended.
It didn't look like he lost his footing, but you wonder if maybe he might have just a little bit. The Ravens defensive back slipped and fell on the Steelers touchdown that ultimately was the game winner. That it was really cold. I bet that field was kind of hard and icy and not the best. But yeah, you don't see him or many NFL kickers miss that badly.
You just wonder, just an ounce of that defensive back for the Ravens. It's like, oh, thank God. We'd be talking about him all morning in Baltimore, and now it's all about the kicker. But the NFL, they just win. I mean, every game comes down to even a crappy game, whether it's the Colts-Texans in a game that didn't really matter, a little bit for the Texans, Bengals-Browns. It just comes down to, well, if they can get close enough here, got a shot at winning it. It's unbelievable how many games are a last possession game. And then a premier game, Baltimore-Pittsburgh is always a premier game. It's on Sunday night. It decides the division, and it goes down to the last second. I mean, it's just the product is undefeated. That's the problem. We hate the NFL, but we love the game, and there's so many great games.
And with 14 teams making the playoffs, it's darn near half the league. So almost every game is important as well. That helps.
Agreed, Doug.
Okay.
You're good to us. You said you'd be no good to us.
I don't think I'll be a lot of good this year. No.
Okay. And then I get the playoffs set up. The Packers and Bears are playing again
Saturday night. How do you do?
On Amazon Prime. How about that?
I think I get that. I get Prime Video.
You're going to have to go to Doug's house.
Jackson, you got to go over to Doug's house to put them together on Prime?
Whatever's needed.
I get Prime Video.
Then you got it.
Okay, why doesn't it say Amazon Prime Video?
What was the...
On my remote.
Huh?
My remote says Prime
I
Video.
thought the remote was
Prime
missing.
Video, right. Prime.
Well, I had to buy a new one.
You got a new one.
Right, Prime. Amazon Prime.
Okay.
It's all the same.
Yeah.
All right.
You got it. It'll be on the homepage right when you open up the app. During the game, you just got it's probably a 2-click.
I don't open apps. I just hit the remote. It's got a little spot for Prime Video.
There you go.
Right,
Then you'll be fine with
Okay.
that button.
Why don't you just join me for scotch on Saturday night? We'll watch it together.
How late?
4 a.m.
Yeah.
There also is an argument in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where somebody is accusing somebody of owing them money over an Eli Drinkwitz bet. Jackson, how are we looking on any bets? Does anything need to be settled amongst us? You immediately Venmo'd me after A&M.
Oh, yeah, sold. It's terrible. Brutal, yeah.
You're in a bad place. Texas A&M game.
No effort. Kyle Field, what are we doing? Weak. I'm not like a bookkeeper for the listeners. If they
I
have
thought you
their
do
own...
Pictionary or there are wagers between us and listeners.
Yeah,
I looked
at
really
Pictionary.
recall. Candidly, I would have forgotten about our $20 bet had you not Venmo'd me the moment that Marcel Reed was picked off in the end zone.
Yeah, I didn't place a bet.
You're a man of honor.
Yeah, I didn't place a bet on that game because you and I had a bet on that game, so I wanted to. The only thing I have is Ironhead saying Wilson Contreras would go to the Mets on December 19th.
Wow, very specific.
Didn't happen.
Okay. That'll do it.
Yeah.
That's all I have. So if listeners have bets with each other, that's on them. I can't be the point man on that.
No.
The point man.
First text of 2026 has come in from Government Got Her, and it says, I slept with my first fat in Como. Travis was gentle and thoughtful. That's from Government Got Her.
Travis. Oh. So not just a fat, but a guy fat.
Doug, I'm lactating. Thanks.
Oh.
That's how we're going to start 2026 in a year in which you have announced that you will be no good to us.
No, I wouldn't think so. No, not after all the sleep I just got.
I have a question for
I'm
the
into
Colonel.
hibernation mode.
My question for the Colonel is, does he hate the coaching carousel worse than the portal chaos? Because they have to constantly be updating this time of year. The portal thing,
I
who's
think he hates
leaving?
the coaching carousel more.
Yeah. I think of all of them, he hated, and now that this isn't really much of a thing anymore, high school recruits and where they're going to go.
Yeah, that's got to be nice for him.
Because he said he used to have
business.
Yeah, giant tweet
Doesn't
decks
have to
up.
worry about the kids and the attention horn on social media.
Yeah, I think
He's
he
just in the
prefers
portal
that.
industry.
Which is all just like
It's the whole deal.
Wild West. Who knows that they're saying this guy's going here? Okay, no contact tag. It seems a lot more cut and dry.
Yeah. I just read it's almost 40% of players in college football are in the portal.
Yeah.
A couple thousand kids.
That's right. Within seconds of the Ole Miss Georgia game, off they went. And Young, tough finish to the Colts season, 7-game losing streak. But hey, what are you going to do? Beats me. Hoping to receive word on the potential at-large bid to the playoffs by the time Mr. Martin leaves for onboarding. Happy New Year, everyone. That's from Brian Henshin, who's hoping the Colts get an at-large bid.
I could see it.
They were 8-2 and finished 8-9. That hurts.
No changes there with their staff. However, Raheem Morris, who finished on a 4-game winning streak, he was gone about 20 minutes after hugging Arthur Blank, celebrating the win. Tough spot.
Mm-hmm. And then you got Texas that started 2-5, won their last 9. To finish 12-5, yeah.
So who do you got, Doug? Who's winning it all?
Kind of like Denver.
Okay.
But that's because it's John Vaughn's team.
Well, they got a top defense, and they got a quarterback who looks pretty good. And they've been there all year. They haven't faltered really all year. They've been pretty consistent.
I'm looking for the odds here for the NFL playoffs. Who do you think the favorite is?
That's a good question.
Seattle or the...
I
Denver,
can't sell you on Seattle or Denver as the favorite, but I don't have a great backup to that because I don't.
Jackson, are you still on the Bears? I mean, I know you adopted them.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, still riding hard.
Panthers are getting 10.5 at home in their playoff game with the Rammies.
Tough.
Well, they secured their division title by losing on Saturday and then sitting around waiting on Sunday.
That's right. Let's see. The Steelers, they also are underdogs at home, getting 3.5 for the game a week from tonight against the Texans. I'm surprised that the Patriots are only 3.5-point favorites over the Chargers, but I guess the Chargers haven't really been the Chargers because they've been resting Justin Herbert. Eagles are only 3.5-point favorites at home over the 49ers. Bills are favorites on the road against Jacksonville. At that one. By the way, the over-under, which I'm sure many of you are thinking of right away, 51.5 on that one. Martin, what do you think about the Packers and Bears, the game that Doug and I will be out watching until 4 a.m.?
And that's the rematch from a couple of Saturdays ago. That was just unbelievable, that finish. This is where the Bears will have the ghosts of the past. They're always worried about the Packers. And now, again, it'll be a playoff game. So they beat them in the regular season. They celebrated that, which was great for them. Got to slay the dragon in the playoffs. I don't know. I wouldn't sleep on the Pack, Doug, in that Sunday night game in Chicago. Maybe the Bears will be a little tight.
Yeah, that game's a toss-up. I don't
1.5 is
either
the number.
one go anywhere after that, I wouldn't think. But who knows? Pretty amazing what Jacksonville has done. 13-4 with a young GM from
Vianney, team president, Vianney.
Yeah,
Golden Griffin Festival.
Kid that was on my Little League team growing up as the senior vice president of analytics for the Jaguars, too. St. Louis U High guy. Jake Timmy is his name.
Look at that.
And Mark Lamping, of course, the president. Heavy St. Louis influence there in Jacksonville.
So I guess we should adopt them.
Well, as good a reason as any, I guess.
The Seahawks are plus 420 to win the Super Bowl. In second, the Rams at plus 450. Broncos plus 650, Eagles plus 850, Patriots plus 1,000. Your long shot, if you want to put $100 on the Panthers to win the Super Bowl, Doug, you will receive $20,000 when Bryce Young leads the Panthers to victory.
I may not need that kind of money as much as I'm sleeping these days. Don't really have time to spend it.
You've reduced expenses by sleeping?
Yes, yeah. Mm-hmm. Winter is a lot cheaper.
Yeah. Hello. Blues are on a 2-game win streak. Playoffs, here we come. Doug, that's Sharon in Clayton.
Well, yeah. They have looked a whole lot better. I, for one, had counted them out as dead for what I saw the first couple months of the season, but they are not dead. They are. They played 4 more games than Seattle, anyway. 2 or 3 more than almost everybody else ahead of them in the wild card chase, so we shouldn't get too excited just yet. But they are right there in the mix.
Do you think there's a Binnington bounce just by being named to Team Canada? All of a sudden, he's like, okay, now I got this. He's locked in.
Maybe.
He does get excited about those big tournaments, maybe just being named. Tim, you'd enjoy this. My family is now getting into gambling. So my older son gets a FanDuel account. He gets my wife, Kim, to do a FanDuel account. So now on Saturday, she said to me, okay, who do we like in this Missouri-Florida game? I said, who are you? And I said, well, Mizzou will lose. She said, okay, good, because you know this stuff. Florida wins. And then I said, okay, what else? The Blues and Montreal. I said, take the over for sure. 2-0.
2-0. You didn't even get a sweat. Didn't even get a sweat. You had to lay. Or you took Florida and laid 7.5. Didn't get much of a sweat on that one either.
Nope. And so it got to the point, I think she's much like the emailers, the texters, the viewers, the listeners who said, do you know anything about this? So then I said, go Pittsburgh on Sunday night. She said, well, everybody likes Baltimore. Everybody likes Baltimore. I said, I just think Pittsburgh will get it done. I think Aaron Rodgers against the Rays, I just think they'll get that one. And, of course, we're watching it. I was at home last night, been home for a little bit, and she said, oh, no, Baltimore's going to win. Wow, you're having a tough weekend. I said, no, there's still time.
Yes.
Then it comes down to the field goal. I said, all right, well, what are you going to do? Sports is tough to predict.
These people who think we should know how every game's going to go because we're in the business, they must know if we did, we'd be living in a mansion in Malibu somewhere, wouldn't we? We're just guessing like everyone else.
Doug, watch this. Those who know don't talk. Those who talk don't know.
Yeah,
those who know
don't know.
Don't talk. Those who talk
do chatter.
Don't know.
Don't understand. Okay, got it.
Speaking of not knowing, it is active in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, where hopefully there will be these bets settled and there won't be any bloodshed over the warfare. That's at youtube.com/TMASTL. You can text in 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service sponsor the text inbox. Stiefel, sponsor of the dossier. And the dossier, I see Chris Kerber at 8:15, and I see the Colonel joining us coming up at 9 o'clock as he is brought to you by James Carlton, who will be in studio in the 10 o'clock hour. Our 7 o'clock hour here in 2026 is brought to you by a brand new sponsor on the Morning After, a place I have done business with personally. It is Healthcare Evolution, online at healthcare-evolution.com. And I went out there, and Doug, you remember that slap tear that I got?
Oh, I do.
Pump and
sure.
iron. Pump and iron. Everybody would gather around Martin to watch me pump iron.
You threw around a lot of ore.
And I got a slap tear, and that stands for...
Someone slapped you because you stepped in and started using the machine they were on before.
No.
Superior labrum anterior to posterior.
That's a lot of words for just a shoulder muscle, isn't it?
That's correct.
Yeah.
But slapping Tim could be a good email prize.
Could be a hell of a promotion.
Once we give
go
away
out
the
to St.
HVAC.
Charles, and we'd have a line around the Missouri River. I go out there, and they are able to do things that I don't know if anybody else in town can do it, as a matter of fact. And you can do ultrasound guided pain management with transparent upfront pricing. And the thing that I would say, when I did have this slap tear, look, you go and you see your primary doctor, and then you got to probably wait 6 weeks then to go in and see a specialist. And then the specialist might say, okay, get physical therapy. And then you do the physical therapy and it might not help. And then you can get to a point where you can start doing some actual treatment. That is not the case with healthcare-evolution.com. Check it out. It will change the way you look at these bumps and bruises and injuries. They focus on musculoskeletal, joint, and soft tissue pain relief, ultrasound guidance for more precise, comfortable, and effective pain release, unhurried appointments focused on listening to your concerns and goals, and personalized treatment plans tailored to your body and lifestyle. It's all at healthcare-evolution.com. Healthcare-evolution.com. I was out there a couple of weeks ago, and it is a total revolution with healthcare treatment for those who get these kinds of injuries. Imagine being able to get treated immediately. That is what they can do for you. It is a game changer, and they're one of the only places in the metropolitan area who can do it. New 7 o'clock hour sponsor, healthcare-evolution.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you here on the program. It is the Healthcare Evolution, 7 o'clock hour. It is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN.
Thursday night, the Fiesta Bowl, Miami and Ole Miss. Pregame at 6, kickoff at 6:30. College football lives on 101 ESPN.
The Gator Bowl.
I'd even forgotten that it had been played. Those used to be fun bowl games. Remember, you have to go back a few years now. But those used to be fun games to watch.
Well, if you want to break down the first quarter of it.
Well, I didn't watch any of it. I didn't see a play. Not one. Not one play.
It is TMA 101 ESPN, 7 o'clock hour, brought to you by Healthcare Evolution, new sponsor here and online at healthcare-evolution.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. And Jackson Burkett said, you know what? It's the first week of the new year. Let me give people new text inbox names if they want them. So text in to the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. And if you do not have a text inbox name, Jackson will update it for you. For the email of the day, which is presented by Design Air Heating and Cooling, today is day one of the historic $10,000 Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Month competition, with whoever wins the month by winning the most Email of the Day competitions, winning a $10,000 HVAC system from Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling. But we're going to be doing it at 9:45 so Martin can vote. This onboarding process.
It's unbelievable.
It is.
We got a lot to get to this year.
And we will announce the winner at 10:55. So email in and make sure you get them in. I would recommend getting them in by 9:30 the morning after at InsideSTL.com. All of the rules for the competition are up at both TMASTL.com and 101ESPN.com. We have conflicting texts here in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. I just wanted to commend Jackson on putting together the best of shows, and anybody else who may have helped. And Jackson, that would be nobody.
That would be accurate.
You had our emotional support.
That's correct. I know it must have been tough considering all the great segments you guys have had and the serious stuff going on with TMA. Smiley face, smiley face, smiley face. That's from Park Steak.
Park Steak.
But then 2 texts down, the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. And she writes, sorry, just tuning in. I want to get ahead of this whole best of situation. What is the situation? Jackson does not deserve much hate.
Oh.
He did a fine job. Unfortunately, all of his, quote, best segments were the longest interviews that talk about the Cardinals being 7 games out of a wild card spot. Spank this ass film, bitch.
Hey.
That's from the self-made
Jeez.
stay-at-home Ledoux mom, Jackson. And I guess she wants to meet up with you. And she's also defending you, but she said the best of was just segments where we talked about the Cardinals being 7 games out of a wild card.
Of those 2 texts, the latter was more based in reality, for being honest.
Then there's a third one.
Oh, we got another one.
From the Brothers' Time. This would be Steven's body of work.
Yeah.
Tim, glad to hear your voice. I haven't eaten since December 19th. So a hunger strike took place. I wanted to recognize Jackson for some of the work that he put together, the stellar bunch of best-ofs. There were, again, compliments to you.
Keep reading.
As an example, I really enjoyed listening to Adam Wainwright's interview where he was plugging his fantasy football league back in August. Just great stuff. Happy New Year.
That's from the Brothers' Time, Stevens.
So reviews are now mixed.
I literally do not care.
No.
It's already happened. It all happened.
Right.
We're on to the next year. I don't care.
No, you shouldn't.
It all got done.
That's right.
It all got uploaded.
Sure.
Everything played.
Absolutely.
Job finished.
Yeah.
On to the next one.
Dunzo. Okay.
Hi, Tim. I saw you at 5 Iron yesterday. I wanted to say, but your youngest one was having a little Doug meltdown. Your swing looked real nice. That's from the Prince of Glendale. I got to tell you something. I don't even have a 5 Iron library today, but we went up there yesterday afternoon, and it's the greatest thing ever. I mean, it's just, have you been in there yet, Papers?
I had a buddy who went, though, for his company party and gave rave reviews.
It's just, and the food is so damn good. I was talking with Carlton, the owner, and it's killing it. I'm so happy for him. It's outstanding. It really is. A bunch of Simbes. And for a Sunday afternoon with the football games on, you got the bar and the restaurant. It's incredible. And it's all TrackMan simulators, so you can practice, you can play courses, and you can watch me swing and then watch my wife carry our 3-year-old out as he's having a fit because he wants to hit more shots.
Oh.
He'd only hit 100.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So Prince of Glendale, you always come up and say hello. It's wonderful to see. I went to the Blues game on Saturday. Doug, you go to any Blues games, Billiken games over the break?
Let's see. I saw the Blues play Nashville. Was that over the break?
It was post-Christmas.
Yeah, I went to that one. On the glass again, of course. It's hard not to sit on the glass when I go now. So I went to that one, and I saw them play the Rangers. Was that afterwards, too? I forget. It all runs together. We were in that time frame there for a week and a half where I didn't even know what day of the week it was.
That's the greatest, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's the Keith Kachuk pattern. That's how you live.
Mm-hmm.
What day is it today, anyway? He would ask that during interviews, Doug. What day is it?
Yeah.
And I'm like, it'd be a great way to live.
It sure would.
Yeah, it was the best the last couple of weeks. I went to the Blues game on Saturday against L'Habitant. Chris Kerber joining us on the Stiefel Dossier coming up at 8:15 as the Blues picked up all 4 points against both Vegas and Montreal. And, Doug, you're buzzing because you said if they could get hot, they could win a baby? That's the deal?
If we can just get hot, we can win this baby.
They are 1 point back of both the Kraken and Kings, who sit with 43 points to the Blues' 42 in the wild card race. Got quite a little operation going on in the Pacific Division. There's a little disparity between what's going on in the Central, where the Avalanche just lost their third game in regulation yesterday, despite the fact that they've played 41.
41 games.
And they've only lost
three times in regulation they've lost.
On New Year's Eve, you know where I was.
Where?
Polimanos.
Oh, Polimanos. Okay.
Just sitting there enjoying a delicious feast with Polimano, having some drinks and some delicious tastes. They had the Blues game up. It's not my place to say, hey, any chance we could maybe put a college football playoff game going. My family's financial future is tied to the Miami Hurricanes winning the national championship. But fortunately, the Blues were able to fall behind 4-0 within the first 3.5 minutes, and that allowed to change the channel.
Oh, good, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, the Avalanche are in a different realm, which I think that has to factor in for what the Blues will do. You know what I mean? Like you're fighting for.
Are you really a candidate to win the cup?
It's a little different spot. I was texting with our friend the Nonling before the show today, and I said, what do you think? 4 points out of 4 points against VGK in Montreal. Status quo, I think, honestly. They still got outshot in their 2 wins, had 19 of their own in both. They made some plays, and the goalies made some saves, but the low shot totals while getting outshot just is not really a recipe for prolonged success. No. Next game's worth the watch, though. Can they build on this, and can they sustain good habits after 4 days off? That will be against the Blackhawks on Wednesday.
Stop saying good habits. I don't like that. We're playing with good habits. I don't care for that.
Sounds like you want to fight the non-like.
No, they still do have the worst goal differential in the league at minus 39. That's not good.
And Colorado, by way of example, is plus 72.
I don't think you can allow what Colorado's doing to determine what the Blues do as a franchise, though, because almost every team in the league could say, well, Colorado's the best team. I guess we should think about next year. I don't think you can do that. You don't know what's going to happen with Colorado. Injuries can sometimes change a team completely. A couple breaks here and there in the playoffs, teams can get upset. I wouldn't change what their plan is based on what Colorado's doing.
My expectation is their plan is to still trade away some pieces here over the next 2 months.
I would think if they fall farther behind, I bet if they maintain about where they are now, I bet they don't tear it up. I wouldn't think they would.
Chairman Rutherford wrote an intriguing column, and I know it's at this point a few days old. It was written on New Year's Eve, but it's on the front page of The Athletic. Blues focused on creating Stanley Cup standard for process and not on losses. The results are secondary.
So, what happens in the games are a secondary concern?
That's correct.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Somewhere the Cardinals are like, I kind of like that. That's catchy.
He said, when your winning percentage is low, there's nobody having a good year. I can't be satisfied with the job I'm doing, and I don't think Monty is satisfied with the job he's doing. This is Doug Armstrong. It'd be disingenuous to say he's doing a great job. It's hard to come out and say it with a straight face. Oh, no, the staff's really doing their job this year. Our record indicates that none of us has worked to the level that's acceptable. It's Doug Armstrong. He said Armstrong does not believe that the common complaint of fans, like the constant changing of line combinations, are necessarily valid. Quote, it's a double-edged sword. Everybody wants stability, but when things aren't working, you make changes. It's like, well, you lose 3 in a row and you change the lines, or you lose 2 in a row and you change the lines. We've got no continuity. The coach has to make decisions based on what he's seeing if it's not working. The instability in our lines isn't because they're extremely successful. And he's saying, why don't I screw around today and see what happens?
Yeah. Well, I don't think it's because they're not working hard enough. I'm sure the coach and the GM are working hard every day.
Well, it is not a great indication when after losses, Jim Montgomery has a common theme and he talks about a lack of effort. He's critical of the effort. Yeah. That's not a good thing.
I think it's on the players more than the coach and the GM.
But this is where Armstrong, this is why you get paid the big bucks. You have to look at this and remove the standings and just kind of look at what you've seen. Is this a team? Is this a core? This group here that's going to make a run? Or do you think moving forward for this franchise to really be a true cup contender, what do we need to do? Is it trading off a piece if somebody's willing to go? I think that's what he has to do, is be realistic.
Martin, good news. This Blues conversation has activated Harrison's brother, Master.
Oh, no.
It is the bat signal.
No.
And he says, Jordan Kyrou is on pace for 17 goals and 38 points. Thank you. That's from Harrison's brother, Master, Doug, with a Jordan Kyrou update. For the record, for those of you just joining us, he's not a big fan of Jordan Kyrou.
Well, and it's not a real small sample size. They're a little bit more than halfway through the season now. So that would really be a disappointment if that's the way it continues for the second half. I guess if you're an optimist, you might think, well, he's due to break out of it and get his usual 30 goals. He may have a big second half. But they're just not generating a whole lot of scoring chances right now. When they do, they're not capitalizing. They've had some glorious scoring opportunities.
Hey, geez. Maybe it's the fact that the Blues don't have a number one line or are lacking probably 2 tough defensemen. It's from the 6-3-6, and he's not happy.
Yeah. It certainly doesn't look like right now they have a team that's going to make any kind of charge for a championship. But when you're this close to making the playoffs, it's going to be tough to rip it apart, I think. It wouldn't surprise me if they trade a player or two, but I wouldn't expect to see wholesale changes at this point.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think so. I could be wrong, but I would have thought if they were going to do that, they might have started doing it already. And now that they've shown some patience and kind of stuck with the group and they've righted the ship a little bit, I don't think they'll tear it apart right now.
Big development in 2026. Sharon and Clayton, Harrison's brother Master, have formed an alliance.
Have they really?
Speak the truth, Master. Kyrou sucks. He's soft as Charmin. That's Sharon and Clayton. Joining Harrison's brother Master in what will be one of the most hated alliances in the show's history.
That'll get some traction, though. That's what we're all about, is the clicks, the text.
Absolutely.
We get paid per text.
Doug, we had a fabulous swinger house party on New Year's Eve. That's from the Swing Haven board member.
Well, that's what they do out there, apparently.
Let's see. Falk has more goals than Kyrou. Let that sink in. Sharon is back in her alliance with Harrison's brother Master. She's tagged in the squared circle right now.
That is kind of hard to believe because you pencil Falk in for 7 or 8 goals a year usually, right? And now he's got, 10 or 11?
Maybe this team sucks, Doug. Stop trying to gas them up. Also, Tim, can you say the name of the restaurant you mentioned a few moments ago? Since you've been there, I want to go there, too.
Oh.
That's from Katie Woo's Burner.
Woo, woo, woo. Katie Woo.
Hey, Martin, do you like a good kielbasa?
Oh, yeah. Boy, who doesn't? Tim might have missed that call.
Paul Mono's is the...
and you had kielbasa?
I did enjoy kielbasa. I get the lamb butt. Doug, you like a lamb butt?
No, I can't eat a lamb. No, I couldn't do it. I don't have a problem with a pig or a cow, but a lamb... Chicken, sure. I can't eat a little lamb. I can't do it.
What about veal?
No, I never ordered that either.
Go back to bed, Sharon. That's from the Big Show.
Gosh.
And we're back. I feel like now we're back.
Now they're not happy with other listeners. That's what's going on. Text in 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text inbox. Guys, the Blues are only plus 50,000 to win the Stanley Cup. That's from Ben in Wildwood.
Be a really nice bet.
$100 on the Blues, $50,000 on June 12th. That'll be fun.
That would be fun. Would you take that? Would you do that?
I threw
if it was $10
money on Miami to win the national championship after I saw do you like this term, penultimate college football playoff rankings? And I saw what they were doing, which was making sure that Alabama would get in by moving them ahead of Notre Dame because they could not afford to have the SEC championship game cost Alabama a chance to play in the college football playoff. And then I thought, okay, Miami and Notre Dame will be next to each other, and there'll be too much momentum to have a team right next to another one that beat that team head-to-head, not make it. So Notre Dame would be out, Miami would get in, and I might as well bet something on Miami. And now, 2 wins into it, my family's financial future is tied to the University of Miami, who, by the way, are 3.5-point favorites on Thursday night against, what do you call it, Doug Hottie Toddy?
I don't really say that.
Gosh almighty.
And some of their coaches are aligned with LSU, but they're kind of helping out Ole Miss.
That's
it's a little unclear.
And Trinidad might be making his way to Baton Rouge after the game. Could be an awkward spot for Missouri.
And I see Missouri as a favorite to land the Mississippi quarterback who started the year as a starter.
The Colonel reporting that. Pete Thamel, the first one to report it. Colonel did a whole podcast on it. Austin Simmons is the name of the quarterback for Ole Miss, who has a no-contact portal entry. Do you know what a no-contact portal entry is?
He's not wearing his contact lenses?
That's correct. That's exactly what that means. It means that no other schools can contact him, and Pete Thamel is reporting he is committed to Missouri. Now, one of the things I want to ask the Colonel, unless you guys know the answer to it, the portal closes on January 16th. If Ole Miss is to beat Miami, the championship game is on January 19th. He is Trinidad's backup. If Trinidad Chambliss were to get hurt on Thursday night, or if he were to get hurt in the national championship game against Indiana and Oregon, the guy who would be Missouri's quarterback, per Pete Thamel, would be playing for the national championship. So how's that work?
That could be
we
weird.
saw it with Prbula and Penn State.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but that would actually be really interesting if he got hurt this weekend, or Thursday or Friday.
It's Thursday. They play Ole Miss and Miami Thursday. Indiana, Oregon, Friday.
It'd be really interesting if he got hurt Thursday. Simmons goes in and wins and is now in the national championship, but
also leave.
He's like, sorry, I'm going to leave because I got to go to Missouri instead of playing the national championship.
How hard is it for them to simply move the portal date back to the day after the national championship game?
I assume that's a semester thing. Usually
they're worried about their academics, Doug.
Nobody's worried about anybody's
semesters
academics.
Usually start right in the middle there of January.
They could probably get caught up on the work.
I would think.
Steven time, Martin the brothers time. There's Ed time and Steven. Players in the championship game get extra time in the portal. And he says that's 100% confirmed. So there you go.
Okay.
So they're fine there. For the record, Ole Miss is getting 3.5 against Miami, and Oregon is getting 4.5 against Indiana. That is the math.
Indiana looks awfully good.
I don't know which one you would say looks awfully bad, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, Indiana doing that to Alabama. Alabama lost its will to live in the second half. Texas Tech realized it wasn't going to be able to do much offensively. That game could have been about 50-0 because Dan Lanning just left some points on the field in the first half. But Texas Tech just absolutely outclassed by Oregon. And then you have Miami beating Ohio State at this point close to a week ago, so that one probably, but that was a game where Miami should have been up by way more than they were, and then Ole Miss in a thriller, really of the games on New Year's Day, the only game of note, and Ole Miss is the long shot at plus 570, Miami is plus 330, Oregon is plus 310, and Indiana is plus 130. I got to be honest with you, even though my family's financial future is tied to Miami, I would fire a bet on Indiana. I just think that's a different operation. And so help me, if the name wasn't Indiana, and let's say it was Michigan doing what Indiana has done, I think people would be talking about them possibly being one of the greatest teams in college football history. But because it's Indiana, there's still some semblance of doubt.
Well, that was the Nick Saban line on the pregame. My golfing buddies in Alabama just think that they'll kick the bleep out of it, because now you can swear, Doug, on ESPN.
Right.
They'll kick the SH out of Indiana. That was the pregame, and then it didn't go so well.
Indiana has a chance to go undefeated, 16-0 if they go all the way? I don't think that's ever been done. And the last college basketball team to go undefeated, Indiana.
Think about it.
Yeah.
That was Isaiah Thomas?
No, it was Kent Benson. Goes back
Quinn Buckner.
Yeah.
Quinn Buckner, that's right.
Back in the day. But Indiana, if they win, it would be great for a sport that just loves the big brands. I would love to see Indiana make a run, win it all. Kind of like the Ole Miss story, too.
I mean, Indiana, Ole Miss, I mean, you got the Big Ten and the SEC, but you couldn't have two more unlikely if you're talking about before NIL.
Yeah.
I mean, I suppose Vanderbilt.
Names.
Yes.
Being in there.
No, but I mean, if you look at what Indiana has done in 2025 and now 2026, and you take a look at a win in Oregon, one of the Final Four teams, they won there. They also play. I realize Penn State wasn't the normal Penn State, but they did win there. They beat Illinois, and I know Illinois got beat up that game with some health problems in their secondary, but either way, they beat the living hell out of Illinois. Then you win the Big Ten championship game at a neutral site against Ohio State, one of the final 8 teams. You absolutely pound Alabama, and now you got to beat Oregon again, and then either Ole Miss, a team that only lost in Athens, Georgia, in a game that they were leading, or Miami to win the national championship, team that obviously had a hell of a start to the season and then had 2 stumbles along the way, but they've obviously restored it with winning in College Station and now against Ohio State. I mean, would there be a better resume for an undefeated team in the history of college football? I know it sounds like I'm getting ready to host Get Up, Martin, but I really think that there might be something to it. It isn't as flashy as Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson, but as far as resume goes, I don't know if anybody would be better.
And it does seem like the country's still like, well, we'll see.
Right. But at
well,
plus
it's
130,
Indiana.
God, I mean, it's plus money. And I'm telling you, I think if that were Alabama doing it or LSU doing it or Georgia doing it or Michigan doing it or even Clemson, I think it'd be viewed differently. But because it's Indiana, I don't think it carries the respect. And I know this sounds like I'm getting ready to do a second segment at Get Up, but Kurt Cignetti and what he has done is godlike in the realm of coaches and managers in sports.
He's got a lot of Nick Saban in him.
He's got Nick Saban and Bobby Knight in him.
Yeah, supremely confident, kind of a jerk, comes off as kind of unlikable, but you just know he's going to have his team ready to go and play very well.
Well, he's backed it up. I mean, from that early basketball halftime where he said, Michigan sucks, and they all started roaring. He said, Ohio State sucks. He just kind of had like a WWE moment, but he's backed it up. I think that's my frustration with Mizzou in the bowl game didn't matter, but I'm like, Drinkwitz gets re-up. They go 8-5. They lose a bowl game. I'm like, what are we doing here? Like, I still go back to the panic by the board of curators. And I was thinking about this in the NFL. Like, Ben Johnson's had an unbelievable year, head coach of the Chicago Bears. Why don't they tear up his contract? Why don't they? Because you can't just leave. You can't. Why is that allowed in college football? Josh Schertz having a great start. Rip up the deal. Better lock him up. How come that only really exists in the college football world? Oh, my God. Elko.
I guess buyout clauses. I guess that's what it's got to be.
Elko, new deal. Okay. Signetti, new deal. Okay. Drinkwitz, new deal. Well, they went 8-5. Can we just wait and see how it goes?
He's got the best agent in America.
I was just thinking about it. I mean,
I think the agent leaks to a few reporters, hey, my guy Drinkwitz here, he's getting a lot of attention at LSU and Michigan and Florida. Oh, he is? Great, I got a story. And then it becomes national news.
Well, I sent this to you guys over the break. I mean, at this point, it's probably 2 weeks ago. And I guess it came out maybe, I don't know if you guys remember, like Christmas Eve, I think is when it came out. Is that right, Jackson?
Yeah.
It was a hell of a story. 3 different reporters, college football reporters for ESPN.com, did a thorough kind of 30 for 30, but written version of the Penn State situation this year. And James Franklin getting fired, but then in addition to all of the coaches that they contacted. And when you go through it, you see, I mean, I think 13 names were listed. Here you go. DeBoer, Signetti, Rule, Marcus Freeman, Mike Elko, Clark Lee at Vanderbilt, Jeff Brom at Louisville, Chesney, who wound up going to UCLA, Kalani Sitake, the pride of Kirkwood, Brett Key, even Pat Fitzgerald, former Northwestern coach who's now at Michigan State, and then their eventual head coach, Matt Campbell. And not once in this, I don't know how long the article was, 5,000, 10,000 words written by 3 reporters and, have all kinds of sources in it, Eli Drinkwitz's name wasn't mentioned.
Stunning. They didn't want the coach who routinely finishes in the middle of the pack in the SEC and has never won a big game against a ranked opponent.
But as much as there's smoke and mirrors with the agents, I'm still surprised in that extensive report that he wasn't at least somewhere in the discussion.
I was stunned by it. I was legitimately stunned because by the time they got to Campbell, and I was wondering why Campbell wasn't at the top of the list early on, and they actually explained it because, again, this is a detailed article, but it came out on Christmas Eve, so I don't know how many people actually read it, but they said that the athletic director, is it Kraft at Penn State, Pat Kraft, was told that Campbell would really struggle with recruiting at a big-time place like Penn State, and then later on was told that he may have gotten some bad information and then decided to circle back and talk with Campbell. And he said he put down the phone after the first conversation, went in and told his wife, we got our guy. We should have had this guy from the very beginning. And then Rocco Beck, son of former Battlehawks coach Anthony Beck, just announced that he is following Matt Campbell from Iowa State to Penn State. But yes, to focus on the point being that Eli Drinkwitz's name in this article, at the very least, was not mentioned, whereas 12 or 13 other coaches' names were.
And there was an extensive deep dive into the whole process. Although I am shocked that the AD, I guess this Matt Campbell's pretty good after all. That stuns me a little bit that you didn't know better until circling back to that theme. I just was with Mizzou's exit in the Gator Bowl, which didn't matter, but I listened to Gabe's postgame, which was a lot of fun because a lot of Yingling references because I think he's like, load him up after this game. And he said, I'm not the guy who ever goes after play calling. He said, you know me. I don't do that. He said, this is the one where I'm doing it. And he said, and this one's on Drinkwitz, and Kirby Moore somewhere is vindicated. Because we all thought, oh, God, Kirby Moore's offense is crap. Good luck at Wazoo. And then you watch the game, and especially the decision where they didn't have Hardy on the field even, which was basically unexplainable. Just unexplainable.
Matt Hardy seemed delighted by the decision.
It just made no sense. So, again, I go back to ripping up contracts. And the Signetti run, maybe, okay, this guy's on a historic run. It was pretty apparent. And then the Mizzou, they just do it left and right, ripping up contracts. All right, let's re-up. And why don't you wait and see what you got? And you got 8 and 5, and now even all the portal guys that are coming back, it's great. I was worried that Olugbade would be one of the ones leaving.
Yeah,
it's great that he's coming back. It's great that Hardy and Roberts are coming back. But that clearly isn't enough because you had all those guys this year, and you still can't pass the ball. You're still just
Austin
kind of
Simmons, though. Simmons.
Okay, all right, maybe we'll see. I was on the Kelly Bryant train.
That puts Jackson in a bad place.
Gosh.
I don't think there's any doubt that Drinkwitz can recruit and connect with players and get them to come here. That's certainly his strong suit.
Yeah.
It's just a matter if he can do the X's and O's well enough and put together a staff that can do that to win consistently.
That Drinkwitz contract extension is going to age so poorly, guys. The next 2 years are going to be brutal before he's fired. That's from Starvin Marvin. Says he's going to get whacked after 27.
Well, next year's schedule is pretty brutal. You never know. Got to play the game. Doug, you still got to line up and play the games, but I thought this was it's discouraging the last 2 years. Big games, you get excited, you want to be in them, you want to win them, and they never win the big game. That just happens to be a fact. So you can get excited about the portal, but it doesn't do much for me because I'm looking ahead to next year and say, okay, does this mean we're going to start winning the big games? Let me know.
You're welcome to give your thoughts by texting in 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service, text inbox. And you are also welcome to talk it over with other TMA listeners. Doug, 268 are in there right now, including Kitty Bates, Big Blonde Dan, Too Fat to Kayak, and is it Bob Lucier or do you say Lucier?
I don't know.
Well, they're all in
I would
there.
just say Lucier.
Open up the YouTube app and type TMA STL, subscribe to the channel, and talk it over with other TMA listeners, the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Closing out the healthcare evolution 7 o'clock hour, setting the stage for the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. Chris Kerber is going to join us coming up. Gabe DeArmond at 9 o'clock, brought to you by James Carlton. The program's called The Morning After, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Blues defeat the Canadiens on Saturday 2-0. Back in action on Wednesday. That's going to be a 7:30 pregame, 8:30 puck drop right here on 101 ESPN as the Blues take on the Blackhawks. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Nice to hear some good music again around here.
Fisher Window and Door Story, 8 o'clock hour here on the Morning After, 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Steve Dossier, Chris Kerber going to join us coming up here in this 8 o'clock hour. 9 o'clock, Gabe DeArmond, brought to you by James Carlton. And we will be doing the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day at 9:45 in the month of January, because this month, Design Air Heating and Cooling is giving away a $10,000 HVAC system and installing it to the winner of the Emailer of the Month. Email in and get them in by 9:30, brother. The Morning After at InsideSTL.com. The Morning After at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Whoever wins the most email of the day competitions in the month of January will win a $10,000 HVAC system, courtesy of our longest running sponsor here on this program. Been with us for more than a decade. That's Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling. For all of the rules on the competition, you can go to 101ESPN.com or TMASTL.com. You can open up your YouTube app and watch the show and talk it over with other TMA listeners. It's the TMASTL YouTube channel. Click subscribe. Or as Doug says, smash that like button.
No, I've never said that in my life.
And talk it over with other TMA listeners like cousin Arnie from D.C. And Crystal City Liquor Man, who says, "Morning, Tim. I hope you enjoyed your time off." It's the Crystal City.
We didn't need that. What about the rest of us? We were off too.
Doug, you like this. Had some ultimate lemonading go on this weekend.
What?
I was at a bar and someone bought me a beer and said it was in honor of Tim.
Oh, I don't want to hear that.
But Tim wasn't there, so he gave it to me.
What cocktail lounge?
Did you accept it?
Duke's in Soulard. Of course I accepted it.
Did you go to the top floor?
Upstairs bar.
You didn't get into the upstairs
first floor. Yeah, they said turn right back around.
How was the scene there at Duke's?
That was fun.
Oh, jeez.
That was a good scene.
Hell of an endorsement.
Yeah, thank you, Mark.
Wow.
That's exactly what I thought.
It was an honest assessment.
You would fight the Packer brothers. I'm going to be on the Packer brothers side.
I had a great time. I wasn't complaining.
What was wrong with it? What didn't you like?
Not a thing.
Why did you hate it?
There was that San Diego State Boise State game on Triple OT.
Oh, no.
Place was going crazy.
Oh, no.
It was mostly dudes. I just told you someone bought me a beer for Tim. You think that was a woman?
Why would you go to this bar with mostly dudes?
I didn't go.
Is the name of the bar called Mostly Dudes?
That's not a bad idea.
Mostly.
Come on down to Mostly Dudes.
Just
There's
John's
a couple of
is out
gals,
there.
but it's mostly dudes.
I like the idea.
How will you remember the great Libby Burkett best of flop of 2025? An absolute catastrophe. Some segments didn't even have Tim in them. It's called a best of you wannabe 1-2-effer. That's from 1-2-4-er. I apologize. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom, and she's just not letting this go.
It's fine. I've basically agree with the assessment.
So you're on board with the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom?
I think I was pretty clear beforehand what was going to be happening. Due to the volume of best ofs we were going to have. The idea that they were all going to be great. Going to be tough. Not to mention I have the task, double your work, double your fun of scheduling TMA all day in addition to creating, 7 best ofs for this show.
It was the best of mostly dudes. Probably was.
Almost
We gotta
exclusively,
get us a
honestly.
surprise female. Let's see.
And you left him out of a couple of them?
Maybe 1 or 2. I'm sure.
Brother.
I'm sure.
Would you have to do 81 segments?
It was 80. The final number was 81 segments. 81.
And I think most people do realize if you're listening to a best of, they might reference something that was dated. It happens.
Yeah.
It's not a big deal.
Yeah, that's
You can probably still get on with your holiday week.
the furthest thing from my concern level.
Right.
But you still are apologizing to the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom.
I'm not apologizing, but I'm saying that she has a fair statement. She's making a fair statement.
It sounds like some people did have their life turned upside down because there was a dated reference in one of the best of segments.
Yeah. Well, that's look inward is what I would say.
Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson, they're going home after a classic last night with the Steelers advancing, and Aaron Rodgers' career continues. They will host the Texans a week from tonight. Hell of a playoff weekend. I mean, starting on Thursday, you got Ole Miss in Miami. Friday, Indiana, Oregon. Saturday, usually, Martin, that's where the Houston Texans start things off.
Yeah,
I was surprised to see that.
Yeah. I think if it would have been in Houston, might have been that way, but the Texans will get the Monday night slot this time. It'll be the Chargers and Patriots starting things off. Or is that for the Sunday night game? Hell, I don't know.
That is Sunday night. NBC has Chargers Patriots. You got Carolina Rams Saturday
That's
afternoon.
the Saturday afternoon. Yeah, they gave
On
whatever
Fox.
the butt-ass game is. And the Rams, even though they're on the road, are a 10.5-point favorite. Saturday night, glorious Packers and Bears. And then, of course, you've got what should be what I would expect. You never know with conditions in Florida. But the Jaguars and Bills, that could be a high-scoring affair, 51.5 on that one. Eagles hosting the 49ers. Sunday night football is the Chargers traveling to Foxborough. And then Monday night, Aaron Rodgers, could it be his last stand as he hosts the Texans? The number 1 seed, Seattle, plus 420 to win the Super Bowl. But there is a problem. Their top receiver is challenging both Mad Dog and Mike Francesa. And Doug Jackson has the audio for you.
Okay, I'd like to hear it. Go ahead and hit the lever, please, Jackson.
Sam's having a really good year. 12 touchdowns, 4 intercepts. Smith, it's amazing how many of these Ohio State, receivers just come in the league and flourish. But Smith, Nijba, however you say it. I mean,
The Seahawks blocked a 48-yard field goal with 4 minutes left, which would have put the Pats up 6. That was a big play in this game. Smith played well, and his receivers, Metcalf caught 10, Jackson Smith, Nagujuba, the kid from Ohio State, he caught 12 more. And the Seattle team is 2-0. They get Miami next week without Tua, so they got a good chance to go 3-0.
Cryo.
Is that Iggy talking Jordan Cairo?
I think he's trying to say cryo. Now I'm getting confused. Cryotherapy.
I like that Francesa just bailed on
Pump faked one of them
on the first time, and then the second time he goes, I'll give it a run.
Yeah. Well, he realized Smith isn't going to cut it because his name is Jackson Smith and Jigba. You're going to need to finish that.
Doug, those guys probably made a combined $10 million.
Sure.
Doing afternoons in WFAN.
Mm-hmm.
We can mispronounce names. We do it just fine.
It's such an East Coast thing to completely just bail on trying to even come close to a correct pronunciation. New York, Boston, they all do it. They just butcher names.
They probably don't see a lot of Seattle football in New York.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Hey, Jackson, it would be an honor of my life to buy you a beer, in honor of Tim, the next time I see you at Stan's.
Stop this.
That's from Big Tough. What is Stan's?
Stan's Bar on Macklin there.
That's your spot?
Love going there. Great.
All right. Well, you really patronize a lot of watering holes.
I sure do.
Well, good for you.
It's a karaoke bar, and they also have a couple great pool tables.
All right.
That's a part of that Macklin Mile over there.
Yeah, right by Russell's, and there's a Clementine's right there. Yep. Great spot.
Mm-hmm.
The Mac.
Stan's one of those old school, they probably didn't stop smoking right when the band came in. They're like, we're gonna push it as far as we can.
Absolutely.
Well, I don't think I've been to Stan's.
I hope this becomes a thing where people buy me beers in honor of Tim.
You're winning.
I'd be great.
You're winning.
I would love that.
Mm-hmm.
But that means they're recognizing you, Papers, and you got the new stash going. So there's more of a stash than in the past.
Depending on which light you're looking at me in, you might be able to see it.
I noticed it.
Haven't shaved in a month. Haven't shaved my upper lip in a month.
I'm going to fold. I think he's being serious.
1 month. This is 1 month of work.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah. But I think if I shave it fully and then let it grow back, I think we might have something.
No, it doesn't come back thicker because you shave.
That's going to upset.
It's because you don't believe. That's why you haven't been able to grow facial hairs. You have
if
no
that was
belief.
the case, everybody who shaves their head, their hair would grow back thicker.
Different follicles.
It doesn't work that way. Just because you shave a hair doesn't mean it comes back thicker.
Your lack of faith is disappointing.
I offered pale my wife at the meatball party in honor of Tim. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville in Webster Grove.
You had a meatball party?
I still think about those meatballs. It was the best meatball I've ever had in my life.
What was going on with the meatballs?
Tender. Sauce was great. It was real shades of Ray Liotta at the end of Goodfellas when he's looking up at all the helicopters on some substance and mixing the meat sauce with his brother in the wheelchair. Very similar vibes.
What made the meatballs so special?
I think it was like the sauce that they've been making for like 8 hours.
Really?
I think
you like a sauce that you have to stir for 8 hours?
I don't care how long they make it. I just care what it tastes like.
We gotta let the flavors get to know each other.
I don't know about that.
I couldn't even get that
Even
out.
you thought that was ridiculous.
Yeah, you bailed on it halfway through. Chris Kerber is going to join us coming up on the other side of the break. There is your Stiefel dossier for the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. Gabe DeArmond brought to you by James Carlton in the 9 o'clock hour. Plus, the first Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day for the month of January, in which, courtesy of Seth Goldcamp, we are giving away a $10,000 HVAC system to whoever wins the most emails of the day in the month of January here on TMA. We're moving it up to 9:45. All the rules are online at 101ESPN.com and TMASTL.com. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. You want to make sure it gets read. I recommend you get it in by 9:30, and I recommend that there is some semblance of brevity. Not that it has to be super short, but you don't want to go, I don't know, 500 words or something like that.
Yeah, that's way too many.
Don't bogart the time.
Yeah, there you go. You'll be on the cutting room floor. That's coming your way at 9:45. We will announce the winner each day at 10:55. Chris Kerber joining us next. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
Dave, when we talk to you about the great service you can get from Classic Air Care, they've got a 4.8 Google rating for a reason. How about this review? Brian H. was super helpful and great to talk to. Our heat went out the day after Thanksgiving, and he was able to get it working again pretty quick. Appreciate the quick response and effective solution. Or how about this one from Heather? Greg was prompt, professional, and Classic Air was a savior by coming in less than 2 hours from when I called. Would use again and again. Now, look, you're used to seeing their vans on the road. There's over 100 of them. They'll get to you within 24 hours. They're open 7 days a week with after-hour techs on call. And those vans I'm talking about, well, you've seen them before. Those great orange vans on the road with the penguins on them. That's Classic Air Care, keeping your neighbors comfortable. Look, they'll take care of you the way they take care of me. They take care of Alex Ferrario and everybody else around the St. Louis area. It's Classic Air Care. They've been making people comfortable since 1926.
Welcome back to the Morning After 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Fisher Window and Door Store, sponsor of the 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. And every Monday in the 8 o'clock hour, it is our pleasure to be joined by Chris Kerber on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Kerbs, good morning.
Welcome back to work, fellas. How are you?
Thank you so much. We're wonderful. How are you doing?
Everything's good. Enjoy a nice couple days without a game, a rarity it seems these days, and then we'll get back at it on Wednesday against the Blackhawks.
What a bounce back considering the debacle that was New Year's Eve in Denver against a great team. The Avalanche just losing their third game in regulation last night against the Panthers. To take all 4 points against Vegas and Montreal, you get the performance that you get from Shen with the game winner on Friday, and then Binnington with the shutout on Saturday. What did you see that you liked that you would tell Blues fans would give them some hope as we go here into 2026?
Well, kind of like you said, Tim. I think first off, I just like the bounce back. The one thing I will say, go back to that New Year's Eve game. That Colorado team's on a different planet from any team I've seen in the league. And obviously the record shows that. Now in a 7-game series, when teams adjust, we'll see what happens with these guys down the road. But holy smokes, I just think that that's a team that is just that dominant and been that good that right now teams are going into that game already down 1 or 2-0 in their own head. You know, like you go into a game like that and you're playing to not make a mistake. And when you do that, well, what happened to the Blues is what happened. So I went into the locker room after that game, talked to Oscar Sundqvist. I saw Jake Neighbors sitting there. There were only a couple like that. But, man, it's like a couple of those guys took it kind of personally, which is good to see because, you know, honestly, the effort that Braden Shen made to be there, get there, I don't think enough guys followed their captain into the fight in that game. And the reality of it is I think they bounced back really well. It was a really good game against a Vegas team that got Eichel back, and then Binnington followed it up with a stellar performance there too. So good couple of games. You know, that's only the 4th time this season they've won 2 games in a row. But the good news is they hadn't lost 3 in a row in regulation since the end of October, so they stayed in the thick of it. And what gets fans excited? Well, you wake up and, yeah, the other teams have some games in hand, but you're only 1 point out of a playoff spot right now.
And because they're just 1 point out, do you think at this point maybe they just kind of go with this team and see what they got and try to get in the playoffs, or would you expect them to make a move and still have an eye towards the future?
You know what? Doug Armstrong, came on our broadcast in the Vegas game. He's actually pretty doggone. It's amazing how many times he's done that where he's joined like a broadcast and the team scores. So I think he ought to consider
they scored 2 goals during the interview, right? It scored 2 goals, right?
He's a good luck charm there. I mean, we went -2 afterwards and +2 with him on it. So I like the fact that him being on it. But anyway, I asked him something. I asked him something about kind of the how he looks at these last 16 games going into a break. And the way he addressed that was he doesn't look at it as a 16-game stretch. He looks at it, more like what the team has shown him, what the team is doing. So I kind of get a hunch that Doug kind of knows the team that he has right now, knows where they want to go, and he and Alexander Steen have been already trying to find ways to tweak and adjust. And if something clicks in the meantime, something clicks in the meantime. But my gut just tells me that it's not like he's in a wait-and-see pattern. I think he kind of knows where he's at.
My theory was if Binnington goes to the Olympics, he'll play well. It kind of re-energizes him. And then I somewhat joked that just getting named to the team may have been a bounce for Binnington. It is kind of amazing. That means a ton to him, and I don't know how we factor that in, but maybe it improves his psyche even a little bit.
Well, it does mean a ton to him, Martin. And the one thing, I've done a couple interviews with folks up in Canada, and every team that comes in, they go, "What's wrong with Binnington?" I'm like, "Nothing." Just wait, guys. First off, Team Canada and that team playing in front of Jordan Binnington is not the St. Louis Blues right now. And I really do think that, yes, our goaltending, especially in the month of October, could have been a lot better. They are part of the problem as much as a forward or a defenseman is. But the all-around team game in front of Binnington this year has not been all that good. I mean, I go back to that game, in Tampa, and you look at the four bounces and the things that happen in there, and you're like, okay, what does a goalie do? I mean, I was talking to a couple of people in Colorado, and they're shaking their head like, well, this isn't your goalie. I'm like, yeah, no, that's not the goalie. You guys are that good, and so it's not taking the goaltending off the hook by any stretch of the imagination. I think Jordan himself would tell you that there's some things he would have liked to have seen better. But I just think that as we see the all-around team play in front of them, you're able to see the puck. You're able to get in front of it. Guys are blocking shots a little bit better. You're going to see better goaltending. And honestly, we've seen better goaltending since the team improved their defensive zone.
Justin Falk maybe having, statistically anyway, the best year of his career. Where is this coming from? And could you have imagined him being the goal-scoring leader halfway through the season?
No, that's part of one of the issues I think that you're looking at why you are where you are in the standings is that Justin Falk is leading in goals with 11. That really should be Jordan Kyrou. It should be Pavel Buchnevich. It should be, Jake Neighbors is up there. It should be Dylan Holloway. That's one of the issues. And, look, Jordan's put up, or Justin's put up some decent numbers over the last few years. And sometimes it's been more of assists with the amount of power play time he's come. But I look at what Parayko did last year. It was defensemen. They get the puck to the front of the net. They fire it on. There's some screens. Some pucks are going to go in. So it's been I think a very good year. And thank goodness he's done it because there haven't been enough that have.
No, and Parayko's still looking for his first. That's almost hard to believe, isn't it? As much ice time as he gets, he's a power play guy too.
No, he's not over. He's never on the power play.
Parayko isn't?
He really hasn't. No, he hasn't. He hasn't been on the power play since the year the team won the cup. They had him on the second power play unit, and every now and then he'll get a small little cup or a small little look there. But that is one of the things, Doug. It's a little head scratching, honestly. That he doesn't get more power play time. In there. But that said, he hasn't gotten as many shots off. He hasn't gotten as many shots to the net. When I talked to him about it, one of the things the team was struggling, to keep the puck out of the net is, obviously they've got the worst goal differential of any team in the league. And at that point, he's like, man, I'm just trying to focus on just defense. And I think that has taken away from some of that offensive, threat and stuff. And I think the same for Broberg too. So, but here's what it does do. Like you saw in that game, in the last couple of games, his stick, his play at the side of the net, there's a reason he's on Canada's Olympic team. When you're averaging 23 minutes a game and you're not getting power play time, to me, that's you're getting all the hard minutes against the other team's top line. You're getting the bulk of the penalty kill minutes. I mean, you're playing the hardest defensive minutes that there are out there, and he's darn good at it. So I will tell you this: as people look ahead to trade deadlines or whatever, and they talk about well, there's not many untouchables. To me, that guy is one of them on this team. You just don't find defensemen like that. So, the offense, yep. But I'll still take what we're getting without it.
Chris Kerber with us here on TMA every Monday. Blues try to make it 3 in a row when they take on the Blackhawks. You can catch it all here on 101 ESPN on Wednesday. Kerbs, always appreciate the time, sir. Thanks so much.
All right, fellas, have an awesome week.
You too.
Talk
That's
to you next week.
Chris Kerber with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the morning after 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Doug, is this on the Mount Rushmore of jams?
I wouldn't think so.
Wow, controversial take.
Well, My Girl Bill and Glowworm take up half the spots, so.
And then Can You Stand the Rain? But then there's a spot right there for Mark Morrison.
If you'd like it there, okay,
Yes.
okay.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. The show is presented by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. You can watch us and tell us if you think we're cute by opening up your YouTube app, typing in TMA STL, and joining the Friends of the Feather. 6,420 subscribers on the TMA STL YouTube channel. Subscribe to the channel and watch the program. We were joined by Chris Kerber in the previous segment. Coming up at 9 o'clock, Gabe DeArmond will be with us, brought to you by James Carlton. And then at 9:45, a Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day for the ages, as it is the first email of the day in an historic month. Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling giving away a $10,000 HVAC system to the winner of the emailer of the month. Chairman Kurt, have you taken a look at the email inbox, the morning after at InsideSTL.com? How does it look so far?
Well, the first one, they were coming in early today. The first one was sent at 4:45 this morning.
Oh, my goodness.
You got to get up early to do it.
Yes. Currently, there's 3 in the filtered file.
3 have made the cut.
And that's fluid. That could change at any moment. I've gotten rid of a few, both for length and quality purposes. But you can tell people are ratcheting it up this month.
But we'd like to get, 5 or 6 or so? We have time, or do we have time to read more than that?
I don't make that decision.
Okay.
Jackson?
I mean, we'll give it a pretty good. Yeah, I think we'll be able to read everything that's in the filtered file.
No. Okay.
This one was sent to me. I don't know if this one got to you, Chairman. It was sent to me via, I guess, the TMA STL app, where you can click on hosts to email. So if you'd ever want to tell me to piss off, that's how you can do it. Or just T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com. Well, I got a TMA hat for Christmas, so why not join the exclusive class of white trash that emails this show?
Oh. That seems unfair.
So they're on board? They're kind of excited?
It's a confusing text.
I'll try and keep it clean and short to get your vote, Doug. Clean and short. Just like our King Tim. Hashtag F Mizzou. That's from Illini Lance.
God, I didn't like it.
I'm not liking them.
No, I didn't care for it.
I don't know if that got to the proper email address or not, but that was
This is my first time hearing that.
Yeah, okay. There you go.
Not when they went in.
You say the email address too fast. That's from Dickio from Cedar Hill.
Okay. He's a new texter.
The morning after at InsideSTL.com. But Dickio, I got to be honest with you, if the email address is too fast for you, the competition might not be your strength.
Yeah.
Save the time.
What was that email, honey? Were you listening there? That boy is always talking so fast. What's the show called? The morning stuff? After stuff? Okay.
There's sometimes on the podcast setting where you can change it to like 1.5 speed.
Oh, yeah. Is that how you podcast?
No, I prefer 1 speed.
Same here.
That's just a better way to do it. I mean, people speak in a certain rhythm, but sometimes you can set it to 0.75x
and slow it down.
It sounds like everyone's hammered. It's fun. Like your favorite show that you've listened to forever. Try it at 0.75 speed for a second.
Don't tell
See
me
how
what
that
to
feels.
try.
I slow the Tim McKernan Show podcast down to 0.5 just so I can hear Tim for longer.
More of
Stop
it.
that.
Yeah.
And then it lasts 6 hours.
Yeah.
That's right, Jackson. Have you missed QFTA?
Yeah.
No, I picked. God, it was such an instantaneous read.
No, I definitely have missed all my. I hate sleeping in and doing whatever I want. And
you're picking up the sarcasm.
I hate it.
Hanging out at Duke's all night.
Dickio has responded.
Uh-oh.
Bet.
All right.
He's
wagering?
He's betting you that he can't hang.
No, bet in that context would be like, heard that. Affirmative. Yes.
I like that.
Got it. That's what he's saying.
Strikes me as an odd term to use for a guy that seems to struggle with the pacing of the morning after at InsideSTL.com.
You never know.
Doug, I like that term, though. Bet.
Yeah.
You like that? Bet.
Not
like Doug, let's have lunch today. And,
Bet.
And I say 6-7.
No,
I say bet.
But you would say bet.
Bet, okay.
Yeah. Or bet that.
Or smash. I'm going to smash lunch. Stop this.
Yeah, smash lunch.
Yeah. Want to try that email address, slow-mo read again, but without the attitude, Mr. Tim? Thanks. That's from Brian Henson, who's trying to figure out if the Colts are going to get an at-large bid into the NFL playoffs.
I doubt it. I doubt they will. They don't have them, so that's probably a major disqualifier.
Salty Bald Dad from Caseyville is not happy. That is his brand. He says, still no rules. They gave away the November one to Martin. Who wins the January one? Chairman's uncle? Martin, you were given an HVAC system, is that correct?
No, and I got the receipts. I wish I had known this was happening. I would have froze the whole family out for 2 months just in the off chance I could win this in January. Great company. It's a great product.
Shocking. All kinds of losers from way outside of St. Louis proper inquiring about Seth's HVAC giveaway. Do these people know you can't install an HVAC in a sod house?
Oh.
And I saw you naked at the MAC papers. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko. You were naked at the MAC over break?
No. I didn't go to the MAC.
In the
I wasn't
gym or
even
down there in the lobby?
I wasn't even
You're
there.
lifting weights naked?
No, I wasn't there. Simply wasn't there.
Well, someone saw you.
In the lobby.
I go to the gym. I don't even go into the locker room. I'll leave sweaty. Yeah. Sucks.
Well, why do you do that?
I don't like going in there. I've got to lock up. I forget the combination. It's too much.
Oh.
Hey, Doug, Colton Parayko doesn't play on the power play. Bad. That's from Percy Blumkin.
I'd have sworn I'd seen him out there taking some slappers on the power play.
I was proud of you.
You see him on the power play?
Yeah, I was like, you could have said that to me. I'd be like, sure, I see him all the time.
How much of the Blues and Canadiens did you watch on Saturday?
Not one solitary second.
How much of the Blues and the Vegas Golden Knights did you watch on Friday?
I'll just get ahead of this. I didn't watch a second of Blues hockey.
Oh, God in heaven.
It's because you were running around naked at the MAC.
I guess, yeah. No, I just didn't. No. Nope. Not how I spent my time.
Since we last spoke, they played 5 times. Yeah. They had the 2 home games after Christmas. They went to Colorado and 2 more at home.
Missed them all.
How many minutes of the 60 minutes on the field between Miami and Ohio State did you watch?
Almost all of it.
Yeah.
What about the 60 minutes of competition between Texas Tech and Oregon?
All of it.
Okay, what about the 60 minutes of competition between Indiana and Alabama?
All of it.
What about the 60 minutes of competition between Ole Miss and Georgia?
Almost all of it. Yeah. Well, I have my priorities. This is what I like to watch.
What
I
about
like watching
the
football
40 minutes of Missouri and Florida?
I was playing pickup that night.
Wow, now that's an upset.
But I got home for the last 4 minutes and then rewatched the entire game later the next day.
I was thinking of you because Jaden Stone is the key.
He's been talking about Jaden Stone, Martin.
I just
and he scored the first 8 that night. And I said, oh, here we go. Got a chance.
But his impact, and I don't want to get too deep in the weeds here, but his impact more so is having another shooter out there, another scorer that the defense has to honor so they can't just sag off of a guy and double up on Mark Mitchell. Like it lets everyone play their role better when you have another scorer out there of his caliber. Same with Trent Pierce. Having those guys back out, those are 2 starters, and it makes a world of difference. Now, Florida might not be as good certainly not as good as they were last year, but their forward play is outstanding, probably some of the best in the country. So that's a really good win. It's a Q1 win that they haven't had yet this year, and they don't have any Q3 or Q4 losses. So the season isn't lost in total yet.
It felt like after bragging rights,
yeah, I mean, how could you be confident after that? How could you be confident after the bragging
rights?
So
we will not have a winless SEC season. That's
no, we will
guaranteed.
not.
Guaranteed.
Want to know. Kentucky on Wednesday.
What percentage would you put it that Missouri makes the NCAA tournament?
15%.
Okay.
15%.
I can respect that. I think that's a nice sweet spot. For the record, ILL, who shipped Penn State on Saturday, is ranked 10 in the NCAA net rankings. Doug, watch this. Billikens, rah, rah, rah.
Billikens, shish, boom, bah.
They are 29th in the NCAA net rankings. This is something, maybe Jackson might be the only person in the world aware of this outside of people in Palo Alto and Louisville. But Louisville, number 16 in the country at the time, lost to Stanford. SLU's one loss this year. And that might be a good thing for the Billikens if push comes to shove for getting in. For the record, Missouri on the NCAA net rankings, Doug, you're going to have to do a little scrolling because they are 84th.
No.
That's that.
I think 16 the Ken Palm.
Non-con when you would play Alabama State A&M. A couple of those.
Yeah.
They did play Kansas, played Illinois. That helps.
Billikens with VCU on the road Wednesday night.
That's a good test.
41-42 in Kempom right there.
I'm telling you, I'm looking forward to that. That's a fun team to watch. Doug, watch this. Kellen Thames is a bad, bad man.
Okay, now why do you say it that way?
Boy, that Principia bunch put up a good effort against the Billikens.
What was that all about?
It looks like
they have 13 points at half.
And didn't they count it as an exhibition game?
I'm not so sure if Jay Blossom's Principia team just down the road here couldn't have put up a similar effort.
Yeah. I saw that the school had like 350 people in it.
Or were they up like 40-6 in the beginning of the game?
Well, yeah, why would you play that game?
I don't know. They don't even have a logo on Google. If you type in the SLU Principia game, it's just like
it's just like one guy and four of his friends.
It's like they picked up some guys from the Y. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, that was hard to believe that was even going on.
Was the final score 114-33?
Yes.
And even that was being generous.
That letting them score 30.
They just added 10 points at the end. It was 23, and they just give them 10 more.
They put up another 100 on the St. Joe's Hawks, Doug, and that Hawk was on the road with St. Joe's and flapped its wings the entire game.
Did he really?
The entire game. Absolutely fascinated my sons. Couldn't get enough of it.
At halftime, you think they change out and make somebody else?
I got to tell you. So after the game, I go and I have some libations because it's New Year's Eve. What else are you going to do? I'm having some libations. Got the whole family with me. You know Mark Meckler from St. Gabriel's?
I don't think so.
You should. He's a great American.
All right.
And Cal Kennedy, the John Wooden of St. Gabriel's, and John Hartman, the Mike Krzyzewski of St. Gabriel's. They're all down there. They're all having libations. They get us some libations. So we wind up hanging out for a while. My two sons destroy the place. I don't think Chris May really enjoyed seeing that. That's my deep down feing on that, Martin.
We're at that Lorenzini's.
That's exactly right.
Inside the shave.
Next thing I know, I'm ponied up, and we're closing down the joint. And then I'm going to Paulimano's right after that, and I'm having some libations. And the whole thing is, Cal Kennedy tells me after the game, he goes, we were right by the hawk that was flapping its wings the whole time, and we're pretty sure a hawk tagged in and a different hawk came out.
Wouldn't surprise me.
I think it would make total sense. I mean, I want people at
Don't you feel like you've been fooled? You've been bamboozled?
No, I want people at home to flap their arms for 55 straight minutes and see how you feel. I mean, I think your arms would be elbow macaroni.
What?
You heard me.
I think we respect the endurance of it, but I think we also were led to believe it was one person. Maybe we just guessed that, assumed that. But I always assumed it was one person.
The 302 says the St. Joe's Hawk gets a full scholarship. It's not a bad gig.
Yeah, I mean, you're earning it, though. I mean, if you play 35 basketball games a year, including exhibitions, you probably your arms are probably jacked.
He's probably
after
more
that.
tired than the players after the game.
I mean, during commercial break, it's the whole
during the
time.
commercial, he's still flapping.
Yes, the whole time, and he goes with a little lag. I noticed he goes a little lag.
I mean, when you switch it up after a while, I'd just be
I wouldn't sign up for the gig.
Yeah, it'd be like water torture. You'd have to change it up every once in a while.
Why is it important that he keep flapping?
I don't know, but remember they got in a scrap and he kept flapping during the fight. Which is, you don't want it as a mascot. You shouldn't be getting in fights.
And what does Truman do? Push-ups?
He swings that damn tail around all the time.
But a lot of push-ups.
Yeah, football games, yeah.
Which is, you go to a bowl game, you don't have to do too many. That helps.
Only 7 scripted drives.
The 6-1 hate is mad that we're not talking about the Cardinals, the Blues, or the Battlehawks.
Yeah.
No one wants to hear that Tim chased around a bunch of high school boys. I'm going to disagree with that. I think people would be interested in that.
I didn't hear you say that.
No. Where were these boys?
Clip that off. Guys, he flaps because the hawk will never die, Doug. That's from the 302.
Okay, well, even in nature, hawks don't flap all the time.
No, they'll stare at you and scare the hell out of you.
They do a lot of gliding.
Yeah.
They're and then they dive. Glide and dive.
Mm-hmm. You wouldn't think anyone would be offended if the hawk stopped flapping for some rest periods.
If he wants to keep that scholarship, he better keep flapping.
That's exactly right.
Probably in the terms.
It seems almost like torture.
Yeah, truly. I mean, it would really, really tire your arms out.
Yeah.
Just even holding your arms straight in front of you for that long would be pretty tiring.
It'd be easier to flap than hold them straight in front,
Yeah, probably.
SLU's the real deal. I've been saying it for a while. They're the next Gonzaga. It's from Joey Vitale's Orange Scully. Well, we'll have to wait to see where Joey Lenardi has him tomorrow, Doug, at 8 o'clock when he releases his latest bracketology.
He's not going to talk like that, hopefully. The SLU scored over 100 6 times already this year and had 90 like 3 or 4 more times.
I'm really excited for the game against VCU.
I am too.
That's a 2 TV setup for me that night. Mizzou,
All because of the Blackhawks and Blues.
No, that's an 8:30 puck drop, so I think we'll be able to get that.
How did you know that?
Sports Center update that I gave 40 minutes ago.
Okay.
I was unaware of who they were playing up until then. But both Mizzou and SLU play at 6 on Wednesday, so we'll have to double up the televisions.
And that's Kentucky, or is it Hotty Toddy?
Kentucky in Lexington. Who's Kentucky down year. Oof. So opportunity arises for Missouri to get a road win.
Haven't been very many of those down years for Kentucky.
More so in the last decade than there have been in probably 2 decades prior.
Still a blue blood?
Oh, yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
The Colonel's going to join us coming up at 9 o'clock, brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. And then at 9:45 on the Stiefel dossier, the first Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day in this historic month in which a winner will get $10,000 HVAC system installed by Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Doug, can you tell us about Design Air Heating and Cooling?
Well, they're the people that you need to call if you should ever have a problem with your furnace or your air conditioner. Maybe you don't have a problem. You just want regular maintenance. That would certainly be a smart thing to do. Design Air can get out there and do that. They've been doing it since 1904. They've been serving the St. Louis area for 121 years now. Seth Goldcamp, 4th-generation family member, running that business, and they happen to be the longest sponsor on TMA at Design Air. They believe in honest work. You're never going to be sold something that you don't need, whether you're dealing with the cold or the heat. They've got your back with dependable service and no pressure solutions. I've had Design Air out to my house a couple times. They just do fabulous work. Best in town. Visit designairservice.com. Schedule your service today. Don't forget about that email of the day prize this month, $10,000 HVAC system to the winner of the email of the day in January. That's at tmastl.com. If you want to write in an email, we're happy to read it. If it's decent, designairservice.com, home of the handsome repairman. Maybe you'll be lucky enough to get the very helpful Anthony, or possibly the heavily muscled and highly regarded Brian. You don't know who you're going to get. You'll be happy with all of them. They all do fantastic work at Design Air.
Did I just hear Jackson say that he's excited for SLU versus VCU? Yeah, that's like being excited for Bethune-Cookman versus Tennessee Tech. That's Harrison's brother, Master,
seems
who
unfair.
is not happy. But Martin, he sent it in 3 times since Jackson said it 3 minutes ago.
That's sort of the Glenn Close effect. I will not be ignored. You just keep firing away.
What do you want, Bucko? You want some?
There it is. It's back.
Dust that one up. Sorry, I breathed through my nose.
I think if someone sends the same text 2 or 3 times, he ought to automatically be disqualified from having the text read instead of kowtowing to it and reading it.
Guys, I was at that SLU Principia game. It was like watching that fight between Jamie Rivers and Piddles. That's from Sharon and Clayton.
Very similar vibes. No
Sharon
chance.
And Clayton and Harrison's brother Master in an alliance for 2026, Doug. One of the most formidable tag team champions in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Colonel's joining us coming up next, brought to you by James Carlton, as we enter the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour, closing out the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. It's TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
AutoLoanPro.com. It's the website I've been telling you about. If you're in the market for a new vehicle, but you're not sure what you can get approved for, AutoLoan Pro is going to hook you up with little to no money down. They'll work hard to get you the best rate possible. That is what they do. because even good people get into bad circumstances. So instead of just selling you a car, Auto Loan Pro is going to get your life and your credit back on track. They even put together that free playbook explaining the credit industry, all of it. One website, autoloanpro.com. Financing a car, the only thing to know is to choose the Pro. Auto Loan Pro. They've got over 50 different lenders, so they're able to shop this around. Again, little to no money down. Best rates possible, because anyone can sell you a car, but it takes a pro to do it right. Making that large purchase gets complicated. Doesn't matter. Get online, check out the vehicles. They'll get you approved. So whatever the situation, whatever your circumstance, they're going to get you into a new vehicle. Auto Loan Pro is part of the Lita family. Get them online at autoloanpro.com.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Browns have officially fired their head coach, Kevin Stefanski. They will keep their GM, Barry, on with the team. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
live in, which is called service. It is called service. Surrey is where I live. Surrey is where I live. Oh, Surrey is.
They'll be playing this in Lexington, Kentucky on Wednesday night. As Jaden Stone takes the floor and Jackson Burkett points his finger at you like Dikembe Mutombo and says, I told you so. And Missouri rattles off, 21 straight to win the national championship? Is that what the math would be?
Really?
Yeah, I think, because you got to win, 8 games to win the tournament? Got 20, yeah. It's about to be nuts.
I think it's 6 games to win a tournament, isn't it?
6? Is it 6? Yeah, you're right.
Unless you start in Dayton.
Yeah, first 4.
Yeah. Colonel will break it down with us right now. He's brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Ladies and gentlemen, our pleasure to welcome to the Callier and Thompson phone lines from PowerMizzou.com, friend of the program, Gabriel P. DeArmond. Morning, Colonel.
Hey, guys. I think it would have to be like 28 straight, which obviously seems likely. So.
Yeah, I guess it's more likely. 28's more likely than 21.
Yeah, I think I can do it.
Right.
Colonel, I was enjoying your podcast with Cody and then the Ole Miss reporter who I know you are friends with, Neil McCready. Am I correct? Gentleman's name? Who drove Doug right after the Ole Miss Georgia game in New Orleans. Got an hour and a half of sleep and drove to Norman, Oklahoma.
Oh, God.
10 hours for the Ole Miss basketball game against the Sooners. Holy Mary, Mother of God. But then the Colonel has him on the podcast to get his insight on Ole Miss backup quarterback now, but he started the season as the first stringer, Austin Simmons, who, per a variety of reports, including the Colonel's, is making his way to Columbia whenever Ole Miss's season comes to a conclusion via the transfer portal. And I thought that was a really insightful podcast. I'd recommend it to our audience, the Power Mizzou podcast, because there's differing opinions on this move for Missouri. But something that stood out to me that you said, Gabe, is that Eli Drinkwitz certainly has not gotten the quarterback he has wanted to get to Columbia yet in his time. But to his credit, he identified 2 quarterbacks that he wanted to bring in. He just wasn't able to get them to Columbia, but he was pretty close, if not had. Jaden Daniels wins a Heisman, and then Mendoza, who might win a national championship in addition to his Heisman Trophy. This time, right when the portal opens up, he goes and gets the guy that he identified, and your cohort from Ole Miss spoke to the talent that he has. The question, of course, is experience. Your assessment, sir.
Well, yeah, I don't know if he was, number one but he was clearly on the short list of guys that they would be happy with as, their first choice. Now, I think there's still a decent chance that Missouri adds another quarterback, but I think it will probably be a guy that you look at and go, well, yeah, if everything goes to hell and we're playing our third string quarterback, then, hopefully this guy can save it a little bit. I think Simmons has to be your perceived starter. I don't know. Is it going to work? I have no idea. Right? I think it is either like the 500-foot home run or it is a strikeout. This is a very boom or bust move. Like Neil said, like most people have said, the physical talent is absolutely undeniable. Here would be my concern about it is. The plan last year was clearly Bo Perbula is going to be our guy for 2 years, right? We brought him in. He's got 2 years of eligibility left. Well, that didn't work, so you had to change that. But my thought going into this year was always, hey, you've got a first-year starting quarterback. Those guys don't generally come into the SEC and take everything by storm, and that didn't happen, right? Bo won 8 games, which, whether it was entirely his choice to leave, entirely their choice for him to leave, or somewhere in between, I don't know. But the point is, you've got another first-year starting quarterback next year. So you look at it and go, I mean, realistically, even if you add a whole bunch of pieces, are you talking about a probable playoff team? Not in my opinion, not with the first-year starter, a guy who has actually played fewer snaps than Bo had when he got here. So then you look at 2027 and you see that schedule and you just start to kind of go, I see a path here where, things get, I guess, I don't know what the word is, not bad, but maybe not as good as Missouri fans are hoping.
Do you think it's pretty set that Simmons will go to Mizzou? Is it a foregone conclusion at this point?
I mean, nothing is a foregone conclusion, right? Until it's announced that he has signed, you can't say it's done. But every impression I get is that, yes, everybody is very comfortable this is happening. I don't believe that Pete Thamel reports it if it is not basically done. I mean, these national guys have really mastered the art of using language to say, look, this is done and I'm reporting it's done, but my language says I'm not actually reporting it's done. So in case it doesn't get done, you can't say I was wrong. Right? It's like strong leader, team to watch, all these things. That means it's happening. The impression I get is, yes, this is on target. Everything should happen. Now, look, at the end, anything can change, so I'm not going to tell you it's 100% done, but it's the full expectation that he is coming to Mizzou.
And I enjoyed the post game with some black and tan, little Yingling there. But post Gator Bowl, it needed some imbibing after that output by Mizzou. And I think you stated it where somewhere Kirby Moore was feeling a little vindicated. I think most folks thought, boy, this offense is terrible. This Kirby Moore can't call a game. And boy, it was pretty revealing in a game where Eli Drinkwitz took over.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why anybody would have thought, hey, all of a sudden magically Eli is going to call the touchdown plays that Kirby didn't call. I mean, it's almost never as simple as you just called the wrong plays. You need better players, And I mean, I thought Dennis Gates put it well after the game on Saturday night. He said, "Look, when Anthony Robinson makes shots, I'm a great coach. When he misses them, I'm horrible. When Trent Pierce rebounds and blocks out, I'm a great coach. When my guys don't dive on the floor for loose balls, I'm the worst coach in America." And it's not completely removing blame from the coaches, but I've never subscribed to this guy just calls – he has all the talent to win the national title. He just calls the wrong plays.
Gabe DeArmond with us here on TMA, brought to you by James Carlton at the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. You make reference to Dennis Gates on Saturday night. Missouri, a 7.5-point underdog, and they're able to win against the defending national champions, and that comes after getting absolutely pounded by Illinois in the bragging rights game. Jaden Stone's emergence certainly a big part of that story, Colonel. And you were talking about the building. There was legitimate electricity in the building Saturday night.
Yeah, it was just it was the first night since Alabama last year where it was like, hey, this seems like fun and everybody's into it. And this is a big time college basketball game. It reminds you what happens when you play a team that the fans have heard of and are interested in part, and also when you play well and beat that team, it certainly doesn't hurt. So if you look around college basketball, this is like, there are teams that are losing games by 30 and then winning games by 30. I mean, the variance is crazy. So Missouri losing by 43 and then beating the defending national champions. I don't want to say it's normal, but it happens more than we think. But I think what we figured out is, hey, you've got a team that can look like it absolutely does not belong in Division I basketball, and then you've got a team that can beat almost anybody it plays. So it just depends on the night, and you need the latter more than the former if you can.
So what was the big difference in the two games? Just a matter of the shots not falling one night and they did fall the next?
No, I mean, I do think having Trent Pierce and Jaden Stone healthy, like these are two guys that can make outside shots and that change like Anthony Robinson played much better because he was driving. He had space on the floor that he didn't have before because Florida did have to respect that Stone and Pierce were out there and could make shots. I think those two combined for 4 3-pointers on the game. And Dennis Gates talked a lot about the injuries, and we all got sick of it. And then we all said, I'm tired of hearing the excuses. And well, it kind of looks like maybe there was something to it, because they did look like a significantly better team. Also, I expected a close game in that game because it was kind of a situation where Missouri's back was against the wall. I mean, if you weren't going to do it that night, then you just weren't going to do it this year. And they came out and, obviously they were down 8 points in the first half. I mean, there were times in that game they could have mailed it in and didn't. So they fought a little more. They obviously played better. And what impressed me was it actually was one of the first big wins that I can remember under Gates, that it wasn't as simple as just, hey, shots went in. Like Alabama, Kansas last year, a few of the other ones, Florida last year, you look at it and go, well, Missouri just made a million shots. That wasn't the case on Saturday night. I mean, they won scoring 76 points, didn't make like an ungodly amount of three-pointers or anything like that. They won. They just went toe-to-toe and beat Florida playing a regular game.
Gabe DeArmond with us here on 101 ESPN. Hey, Colonel, 2 weeks from today, they will play the national championship game, which is kind of amazing. But that's how long it's going to take. But they also will have a meeting with the commissioners and the athletic director from Notre Dame. I know you are plugged in. I also know these are confidential talks. Do you have any idea of what changes are in store for either the playoff or the famed calendar we hear about? Because as you note in your column this morning, we have 4 teams still playing, but yet the college football free agency period is underway.
Yeah, I have absolutely no idea. I would imagine they'll probably go to 16 teams. That seems to be because, God forbid, college football just sit here and find out if something works. Like, my frustration this year with the playoff has been that after every single game, Twitter and every message board is, well, here's what needs to change. Well, we're not even through a year of it. Maybe let's find out. Let's let it simmer a little bit. And like, I think this has been a pretty good playoff. You know, Ohio State, Miami was fun. Alabama, Oklahoma was good. Georgia, Ole Miss was absolute classic. We've got 3 teams that have never won a national title in the Final Four. Like, maybe we should focus on that part rather than cry about what's wrong after every single game, but that's what we do. I'm sure they will make some changes, but I'll be very honest. Like, there are guys, Ross Dellinger, chief among them. There are people who do a fantastic job of covering all this. I haven't read any of it for like 2 months. I'm whatever. Tell me what the rules are before next season, and we'll go ahead. But I am so unbelievably tired of all the administrative, bureaucratic stuff. I just want to watch and cover college football and basketball. The rest of it has exhausted me.
And if you're a fan of a team, there's no rule that says you have to go to the game. But, boy, if you really wanted to, it's a big ask. I mean,
Oregon goes to Miami, then to Scottsdale, Glendale, excuse me, and then back to Miami if they were to beat Indiana.
Yeah, I mean, it's unbelievable the amount of travel. If you're an Indiana fan, you probably say, I don't care. I'm borrowing money. This is it. This is our chance. I'm going to the Rose Bowl, even that's only a quarterfinal in the big picture. Yeah. That's the one thing that's crazy for fans who do want to travel.
Yeah, I mean, it very much, the Super Bowl is it's not a thing where the fans of the teams really go. It's this big corporate event. And college football is getting closer and closer to being the NFL. I mean, honestly, if I was a fan, unless I owned my own private jet and could just fly myself, games are better to watch on TV anyway. Like, the experience on television, now to me is better than being in the stadium for football.
Gabe DeArmond, PowerMizzou.com, brought to you by James Carlton here on TMA every Monday. And Friday, read more from the Colonel on Austin Simmons, the Ole Miss quarterback, making his way to Columbia as the 2026 quarterback. Colonel, PowerMizzou.com, with us here, brought to you by James Carlton. Thank you, Gabe.
All right, guys, have a good one.
Take it easy. It's Gabe DeArmond, brought to you by James Carlton. James Carlton is online on carltoninsurance.net or by calling 314-961-4800. James Carlton's been advertising with us now for close to a decade. It goes back to 2017, and he has never come in here or given me bullet points for commercials and said, hey, make sure you tell people that there is a big sale going on right now when it comes to rates. Until about a month ago, and that's because there actually was a huge opportunity for people to save money on auto insurance. So You know when he says it, it's got great credibility. James has credibility. He's my insurance agent. Jamie Rivers made the switch to James Carlton, and he saved him thousands of dollars. Brandon Kiley made the switch to James Carlton. I've been with him since 2019. Call 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. We are a half hour away from the very first Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day in this storied competition that will include a point for someone to win the Design Air Heating and Cooling $10,000 HVAC system and installation from Seth Goldcamp. Doug, you can see somebody get closer to greatness today by winning on January 5th and be 25 days away from possibly winning a $10,000 HVAC system. The email address, themorningafter@insidestl.com. Hello again, everybody.
It's got to be one of the great prizes ever given away by a radio station.
I would say so. All the rules are up at 101ESPN.com or TMASTL.com. Dickie O from Cedar Hill is back.
Okay.
He's the one who said bet, and you like that? You're going to start saying bet?
I'm not going to say that.
Genuinely curious after listening to some of these St. Louis buffoons. What kind of emails win this thing? Dumb as S or actual intelligence? That's Dickie O from Cedar Hill.
He needs to pipe down just a little bit. Bet.
Are the St. Louis buffoons us or the listeners?
I think the ones who write in.
Could be letter C.
Cedar Hill is south of here, right?
Jackson?
Where's exactly Cedar
It's
Hill?
over in
Cedar
Jeffco.
Hill?
Yeah. Oh, don't. Geez, so offended to even be asked. Cedar Hill is in Jeffco. It's over that away.
Okay.
Get yourself down. Maybe
Crowdsourcing
Doug, would
early
you
in
take
2026.
55 or would you take 30?
Northwest Jefferson County.
Yeah.
Okay.
Northwest
Well, Chairman
is the name of
Kurtz
the high
is
school.
our Jeffco correspondent.
It's kind of House Springs adjacent.
Yeah.
Is it? Okay.
House Springs. Does that help, Doug?
Yeah, it does help.
Guys, can that HVAC system be installed in a 1983 GMC panel van that's from Minute Bowl eligible?
I don't see why not.
Probably.
Yeah, I think that'd be tended to in the rules up at 101ESPN.com.
Big, that might tilt the vehicle a little bit.
Like backloaded.
You put it in the trunk, maybe.
Dickie O from Cedar Hill says, nah, definitely the listeners. And we're 45 minutes south of St. Louis. That's Dickie O from Cedar Hill.
Okay. I wouldn't have thought it was that far.
Does that sound right?
Scenic route.
Someone says Cedar Hill smells like beef and cheese.
Oh.
Papers really enjoyed that.
That is funny.
All right, email in the morning after at Inside. You want to make sure you get a chance to get through. Make sure your email's in within the next 10 minutes. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. That is coming your way. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Well, the wild card round is here, and FanDuel is turning on playoff mode. All customers get a profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. Each game day during the wild card round, you will find a pack loaded with multiple profit boosts waiting for you in the app. Pick the matchups you believe in, and I'm sure many people are looking forward to Saturday night with the Bears and the Packers. Take your shot on an upset or build a parlay that fits the moment. Then apply your profit boost and go after even bigger payouts while the playoffs get rolling. So visit FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL, and grab your profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. Must be 21 or older and present in select states. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Doug, you might need to update your Mount Rushmore of, would you call them bangers?
Mm-hmm. Sure I do.
I mean, Pete Rock and Seal, Smooth for 92. They Reminisce Over You, Trouble T. Roy. Has to be in there, doesn't it?
I've only got spots for 2 more.
Because of Glowworm and My Girl Bill.
Yeah.
This has got to be one of the yakkiest sacks of all time.
Yeah, that's a busy sax.
Hard to believe it's 34 years old, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. 34? Wow.
Yeah, color me stunned.
Color Me Bad, 1991. Was that right? I Want to Sex You Up?
I don't know.
I love I Adore Me More.
And that Color Me Bad had 2 D's on the end of bad? Am I making that up? I'll look it up.
Doug, 2 D's.
I don't know how
We'll
it
cover
was
that in
spelled.
onboarding. Sorry.
Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategy, sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour here on TMA. Brown and Crouppen, presenting sponsor of this presentation, and that goes back now 4 years. Brown and Crouppen online at brownandcrouppen.com or by calling 314-222-2222. Updated website for 2026 is getbc.com. But both are going to get you there to Brown and Crouppen, who's local, founded in 1979, a part of the St. Louis community because they were founded here in the St. Louis community. You can always call for free any day, anytime, or Brown and Crouppen will come to you for free. They don't get paid unless you get paid. If you think you may need Brown and Crouppen services, call 314-222-2222 or go to getbc.com. Make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. Coming up here on the program in about 20 minutes, the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. The first one for this $10,000 January competition. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Jackie Papers, you pulled so much audio. You pulled Blues audio. You pulled Mike Tirico's call of the Ravens missing the game-winning field goal. You got Dennis Gates. You got Ant Robinson. You got Josh Schertz. You got Kurt Signetti. You got Kalen DeBoer. You got Kirby Smart. You got Dan Lanning. You got Zach Taylor. But the one that I want to hear is a "So What'd Your Grandma Think?"
Yeah.
We got a "So What'd Your Grandma Think?"
It's a grandma alert.
It's a grandma alert is what it says in the Steve Adazio.
Let me tell you, Will Wade, who's the subject of this grandma, has been hot to trot.
Subject of this grandma.
Hot to trot so far this year.
And he was at LSU, and then they had him on tape saying, "Hey, we got some more money for you." And apparently that didn't get him right away. Then eventually he was let go. And where is he at? Coastal Carolina? Where is he?
NC State.
NC State.
Yeah. But first, I figured we better play the open.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes the media asks bad questions, like,
Congratulations.
Congratulations. I lost.
You lost?
Yes.
Oh.
or,
What went through your mind when you were told that the contract was done? What's that?
and when that happens, players will fire back.
I mean, are you looking to get into a pissing match with you and I?
Bryce,
That's a clown question, bro.
Now it's time for
So what'd your grandma think?
There it is. Cal May, Martin.
Okay.
All right. This is Will Wade, North Carolina State. It did not go well.
Yeah, he was asked about player Darion Williams and his play recently, and let's just say he wasn't happy about the question.
Okay.
What's your concern level where Darion's game is?
Absolutely zero. You know, I'm tired of hearing about frickin' Darian. He's playing well. All right? It's a terrible question. It's a terrible question. And let me be frank with you. He affects winning. And everybody's out here about him and all this stuff. He affects winning. He was plus 13 against Ole Miss and didn't hit a shot. And everybody's acting like the world's caving in. The guy's a damn good player. He didn't shoot it well today. What did he have? Who had 0 turnovers for us today? Darian Williams.
Oh.
6 rebounds, 4 turnovers. 4 assists, 0 turnovers. So everybody needs to shut the hell up about him.
Oh, gosh, he's
He's a damn good player. And the shot's going to fall. I'm tired of answering questions about him. He's really good. We're thankful to have him. Next question.
Oh, yeah. Now that's when you just bring it down a notch. End of diatribe. All right, who wants to hop in here next?
Why do so many coaches feel like they can act that way and just berate people?
You're like a cuckfish?
Yeah, why do they think that's okay?
You have to have
Is there any other Any other phase of life where people respond that way to questions?
So everybody needs to shut the hell up about him.
Instant drop.
If I were to truly do a deep dive, and Martin, I think you'll be in agreement here, many times, because this doesn't go on as much at the professional level, it's because many of these universities are in small towns with people who are really tied to one or two basketball, football coaches for their careers. And then oftentimes they're super young and easily intimidated because they haven't covered games much or practices much. And so it just becomes a way to establish some semblance of dominance. That's my theory.
Yeah, they have a very young media core. If you go down to even a Mizzou post-game for basketball, football, there's a ton of students who are part of the media brigade. So I think if you're looking out as the coach, it's I don't know if it's just a unspoken, like an inclination to be a bully, that you have that opportunity to just see this younger crew in front of you. It does happen a lot on these college campuses. My grandma request, though, would be when we have, okay, next question. I want to know what the next question is. Not just this time with Will Wade, but in general, after the diatribe.
Fair.
Because I can hear it in my head being a very meek. What'd you like about your rebounding tonight?
Real softball coming in.
Who's big for you?
Guaranteed softball is on deck.
The best grandmas is when they then leave after
Storm
the
off.
end of the rant. That's when you've really hit the sweet spot. Mic drop.
We were discussing earlier on in the program the top paid coaches in college football. Doug Kirby Smart is number 1. Lane Kiffin is 2. Ryan Day is 3. Kurt Signetti is 4. Lincoln Riley, 5. Dabo Sweeney, 6. Mike Elko, 7. Steve Sarkisian, 8. And then at number 9.
Who? Eli Drinkwitz.
That's correct.
Ninth highest paid.
Okay. Ahead of Dan Lanning, who
what's
will
he done?
Take on Indiana on Thursday night. Dan Lanning talking it over in what he was discussing following the victory over Texas Tech, setting the stage for a rematch against the Ducks' one loss this year, Indiana.
Yeah, unbelievable game. A lot of fun. We've talked to our guys about being battle tested all year and having to win in different ways. You know, that game went back and forth in a lot of ways. You know, struggled at times to go score points, and our defense did an unbelievable job getting the ball back, and then our offense showed up when it mattered most there at the end of the game. I think we out-physicaled our opponent at the end, but a lot of respect for Coach McGuire and the team that he's had. This shouldn't discredit him. I remember this feeling last year, right? When you have a really good team, you play really good football all year, and then it comes to an end, and that's the way it is for every team but one. You know, certainly grateful for our fans and excited to see them show up in Atlanta, but proud of our players, the resiliency that they showed, their ability to stay calm and poised and collected under pressure. It's not easy in big moments, but these guys have shown and proven time after time. These two guys up here, that team in that locker room have shown time and time again that they're ready for big moments.
And Lanning's one who I think I genuinely like him, but every once in a while he can be kind of that guy.
He'll run up the score on you, as he did. That was a 16-0 game. And he called a timeout, and they got another touchdown to make it 23-0. I don't know if that impacted anybody's wagers out there. But Dan Lanning will run up the score on you, Martin.
Yeah, no, I get it. It's hard to find any college coach, football or basketball, that you like everything about him. But I don't have with Dan Hurley, another Dan out there. Dan Hurley, he's easy to dislike. I'm not there with Lanning. I don't think he's that. And
Dan is not a jackass.
I even saw a quote where Lanning said they should have been playing this game in Lubbock. That he thought they deserved to be hosting that game, Texas Tech.
He's been outspoken about the on-campus games. That I asked Gabe in the previous segment when he was with us about any changes that will take place when the athletic directors and in the conference chairs meet 2 weeks from today to change the playoff. I really hope they increase the number of games on campus. My ideal set of circumstances would be then play one bowl game at the Rose Bowl Ideally, it'd be great if it were on New Year's Day. Start the season a week earlier. The issue on it is, because I was reading a column, I think it was Ross Dellinger of Yahoo who wrote it, that it is difficult when you're talking about these small towns, why the media tends to be, what it is in the smaller towns. It's difficult for a smaller town to brace itself for, okay, we're playing on Saturday night. Oh, God, now we've got another huge game the following Saturday. And that is one of the pushbacks on having nothing but on-campus games until a championship game. At the same time, if you were watching the Orange Bowl with Dan Lanning and Texas Tech, I would imagine many people noticed the empty seats. I mean, they're empty seats.
Yeah. So
Empty
expensive.
seats. Can you imagine if there would have been an empty seat in Lubbock, Texas, or Eugene, Oregon? There's no chance in hell. So I would love that to be one of the changes.
Yeah.
The on-campus games and the bowl games. They in the column, they interviewed the Orange Bowl director, and he said, I recognize it that the times are changing. So it wasn't like he was making some big case to keep it in the rotation. I would love it if the bowls fell out of the mix and that these games are on campus. Would love it. That's the thing that makes college sports so unique, are those cathedrals, Doug.
Yeah. Just a super expensive trip if you're going with 2 or maybe 4 people to fly across the country and find a hotel and then buy expensive tickets. That's asking a lot when you need 70 or 80,000 people to fill up a stadium.
Yeah, and the only consolation was you get the Rose Bowl and the beautiful sunset, and they start an hour early, and you don't even get a sunset.
Martin,
it was
did you hear
raining
that?
half
That's
the time.
Jackson's traditional Rose Bowl sunset
They
take.
started at 1 p.m. local
Did you
time.
have
It
that
sucked.
take with a button-up sweater vest?
What's
I
even
like
the
this.
point of playing at the Rose Bowl if you're not going to have a sunset?
We have sunsets everywhere.
And it's for the Sugar Bowl. Start the Sugar Bowl an hour. It's inside. Who gives
Doug,
a
have
damn?
you seen Landman with Sam Elliott? He loves a good sunset. Jackson is our Sam Elliott.
I am very much like Sam Elliott, both mustached gentlemen who like staring
One
at
of which
sunsets.
you can actually see.
Yeah, who loves staring at sunsets. Yeah, his more famous
And you don't like
than
the
mine.
sunsets we have here?
I love the sunsets we have here.
He just loves the sunset at the Rose Bowl.
It's like one of the coolest, beautiful scenes in all of American sport, and we got gypped out of it. What the hell?
Alan Dadeville is, of course,
Now
a
Doug's
Georgia
camera's
Bulldog.
upside down.
What has happened?
I slammed the dais here, and Doug's camera flipped upside down.
Alan Dadeville loves the Georgia Bulldogs, and Georgia has had, arguably, probably right there with Indiana and Ohio State, 2 of the best regular seasons in the last 2 years. But hasn't had a chance to host a playoff game. And then they lose in the quarterfinals each of the last 2 years. This past week to Ole Miss, last year to Notre Dame after Carson Beck, who is still playing, got hurt against Texas in the SEC championship game. And he says the fatigue for spending money for several playoff games is real. What isn't mentioned is also what airlines do to F people over. Flights from Atlanta to Phoenix this week were up to $2,000.
Oh, jeez.
You really have to gamble on what games you can attend. I gambled on a Fiesta Bowl. I gambled wrong, but made some money off an Ole Miss fan on the tickets. That's from Al in Dadeville.
Okay. Yeah, and you're not just asking, a couple hundred wealthy donors to do this. You need tens of thousands of people to fill up the stadiums anyway.
Miami fans had to go to College Station, fly back to Miami. Then they had to go to Dallas. Where are they playing on Thursday night, Papers? They are in Atlanta, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, for the Chick-fil-A Bowl, Peach Bowl.
And then they could get a break. They wouldn't have to go on the road if they wind up playing Indiana, Oregon, because the game will be right there in Miami, same place where Oregon and Texas Tech played. Oregon fans, however, got the home game against James Madison, a real delight. Had to fly one of the longest flights you could make on the mainland from Eugene to Miami. Now they go over to Scottsdale. Or Glendale, I keep saying Scottsdale. And then they would be flying back to Miami. That would be the Oregon Ducks.
Yeah.
Fans.
If your team made it through a couple rounds and you're asking your fans to travel, it wouldn't be out of the question to have to spend $25,000, $30,000 to make those trips with a couple people.
They didn't get a sunset because it was pouring rain, you pale moron. That's from Steven time.
No, the reason they didn't have a sunset is because they started an hour early. They don't know what the weather's going to be like when they set the game time months in advance. So that's terrible, wrong, incorrect.
Is it impossible? Here's a crowdsourcing.
Yeah.
Is it impossible to have rain and a good sunset at the same time?
Probably not impossible, just more unlikely. There's times where you like look at the sky and half of it is it's raining and overcasting, and then there's a little sun peeking through. So maybe, but when they set the game time, it was long before they would know if it was overcast or rainy. So that's a you're trying to backdoor an excuse there, and I won't stand for it.
No, I'm kind of fed up.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Where are you on rainbows? Is there a little bit of sun, a little bit of rain, then could they promise you a rainbow, son?
No, I don't care about rainbow. I want sunset.
All right, fine.
I want the beauty. I want the overhead shot, the drone shot going over the Rose
Goodyear
Bowl
blimp.
in Pasadena as the sun is setting in the valley.
And those are the St. Gabriel Mountains. They named it after St. Gabriel won the 1988 seventh grade tournament.
I think they were there before the school.
Let's just change it to the St. Gabriel Mountains.
St. Gabe's. Put a bunch of banners up there for the 5th grade club.
Sure.
We've got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up next. This is it. We all vote, and then we announce the winner at 10:55. Somebody is going to be that much closer to a brand new $10,000 HVAC system from Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. And the greatest promotion in the history of TMA, unless you liked it when we sent people out to the Bunny Ranch, Doug, in 2011. It's a coin flip.
Yeah, we did send somebody out there, didn't we?
Yeah, and he was married.
Seemed to have a pretty good time.
So the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today is coming up next. TMA 101 ESPN. Doug, welcome to history.
Okay. It's just exciting is what it is.
Usually, the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day is in the final segment of our program. But because Seth Goldcamp came up with a brilliant idea to give away a $10,000 HVAC system to the winner of the January Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the month, we moved it up to 9:45 so Martin could be here and not miss the vote for onboarding. So we will have a secret ballot. Jackson, take a look. If you're watching on YouTube, you can see the secret ballot. Look at this secret ballot I'm holding up for the camera in my tiny little
It's not
pencils.
a large ballot.
And then
Easier to keep it secret if it's small.
Looks very professional.
Now, Jackson, what is the policy if there is a tie?
That is a good question.
No.
I
Is this college football?
I legit was thinking about it, maybe with a little stress, over the break about what happens on a 2-2-1 situation. 2 votes for one person, 2 votes for another person,
Right.
1 vote for another. I think the best way to do it is then we re-vote with the 2 who had 2 votes, with the 2 emails with the 2 votes.
Okay.
And pray to God we don't get another tie.
Well, we wouldn't be able to get a tie.
Well, but then it'll only be 4
Maybe
voters.
we should put 2 of the names in your hat and somebody blindly pull out the winning name.
No.
We can do it before Martin leaves.
That's fair. Yeah, then we'll re-vote.
Tough, Doug. I mean, that's why I'm a chairman.
I'm new here. Do you guys actually listen to the emails that are written?
Yes.
That's a joke. Just kidding.
We had 26 sent in, Chairman. Is that correct? And 9 made it to the filtered file. Why did the 17 who sent in their emails not make it to the filtered file?
Lack of wit would be a good one. Little girthy at times, or chances at FCC violations.
Oh, is that right?
Doug, have you ever looked at an email and said, "Man, is that girthy?"
Never once.
Well, we will write down the secret ballots. We will count up the votes, and we will announce the winner. Coming up at 10:55, somebody's going to get the first point en route to winning a $10,000 HVAC system. Seth Goldcamp at Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. It's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. For years, the TMA STL Reddit community has operated in plain sight. A digital speakeasy where criticism and conspiracies flow like bootleg whiskey and hot takes are served with the subtlety of a marching band in a library. To the untrained eye, it's just another corner of the internet. But to those who dare scroll past the first page, it's a labyrinth of local incels who dedicate their waking hours to the noble cause of criticizing a show they listen to religiously. A pursuit that, frankly, is beyond puzzling. And a mysterious figure known only as that one guy who always posts at 3:17 a.m. This is not just a subreddit. This is a civilization. And this month, we pull back the curtain. Not because the world asked us to, but because someone has to document the chaos before it becomes legend. Today's topic is the very email of the day contest that inspired this expose. 2 months ago, user kindly still 8063
That's a lousy name.
opined that this is an oddly large prize for a throwaway segment you guys rush through. His only sensible explanation is that Big Law, Mark Milton, is behind this prize to scoop up some future tax work once the inevitable Hoosier winner forgets to withhold taxes and finds himself in the crosshairs of the godforsaken taxman. Well, Doug, it makes sense if you just don't really think about it. We will continue to dig deeper into the criticisms and conspiracies tomorrow, and no one on the dais is safe. Back to you, Steve. That's from Mitch in Richmond Heights.
Really long. Mitch, Richmond
So
Heights.
are you critical of Mitch or Chairman Kurt for not filtering it?
Well, certainly not Kurt. I thought Mitch, there was some clever verbiage in there. It wasn't a bad email. It was just a long email. We got 9 of them to get through.
You opining on this is kind of lengthening it even more.
Okay.
Well, it's that time of year again, and boy, am I excited. I go to the dermatologist once a year, and she and her assistant are hot AF. I always make the first appointment because her cold hands make my nipples hard.
Oh, I'm getting uncomfortable.
Her assistant comes in and tells me to strip to me undressed.
Okay, he's out. That grammar wasn't a requirement.
Say it's a he.
They're all he's. Every last stinking one of them.
Was it to me or Timmy?
To me.
To me.
I always her assistant comes in and tells me to strip to me undressed.
Okay, see, you blew it right there. Proofread before you hit send.
So that one's gone?
It is in my book.
Okay. Take your time. Take your time. It's just an email. It's just an email. And in van, 2, 1. The nights can get pretty lonely when all you have to curl up with is a pillow. That's from Midge.
Was that all the same email? Or was
Midge. We've read 3.
Okay, got
there was a third one.
Got it.
That was Midge.
Okay. Because I was like, that was a hard cut into the next stanza, which is fine.
Okay, van to Midge. Okay.
Emailing in before 9:30 because I've always been able to follow erections.
What?
I'm not going to email starting with complimenting Tim, then an erotic story, and ending with a clever sexual implied name, because that is exactly what you guys are expecting me to do. Instead, a cute story of a man on man in love. Picked up my GNR tickets over the weekend. Hold that elevator. I voted for you, so it's payback time. The khaki stunner smiled and went all Kojak on me. Who loves you, baby? Then nope.
I don't follow some of this.
That's from Licky Licky?
Licky Licky. He's new.
Hello, boys. As we stand on the battlefield of a brand new year, it feels important to reflect on the choices that brought us here. Specifically, the choice to eat an ambitious number of White Castle sliders at 11:47 p.m. because it's New Year's Eve and nothing matters. Well, it turns out things mattered. What followed was a powerful reminder that while the ball drops only once a year, consequences do not run on a holiday schedule. The fireworks were beautiful. The countdown was thrilling. My digestive system, however, chose to celebrate the new year with chaos, regret, and what medical professionals might generously call an event. Let this be a lesson to us all. Just because sliders are small does not mean they are harmless. Just because it's New Year's Eve does not mean your body is open to new experiences. And just because something feels like a good idea after midnight does not mean it will feel like a good idea at 1:07 a.m. May the coming year be filled with wisdom, moderation, and fewer bad decisions involving steamed buns and onions. Happy New Year, and please learn from my mistakes. Doug, that's from Bano.
Bano. He's new.
Doug.
Yes.
Close your eyes.
Don't tell me what to do.
Picture this.
Is this number 7?
This is number 7. First day back after winter disconnect. You like that term?
Yes. No.
Love it.
Winter disconnect. Get out of here with that.
Sun out. Birds chirping. Seasonal depression in retreat. And yet within minutes, the YouTube chat has assembled like the Geneva Convention of guys who are pretty sure Jackson owes them something. What follows is not discourse. It is a tribunal. Barf Boy 69 times. Interesting that Jackson has a take on this. And then Jake in St. John demands to be heard, stating that he, quote, likes Jackson fine, before immediately issuing a multi-sentence indictment that suggests Jackson may be actively sabotaging the Blues' civic pride and the concept of knowing ball. A third hubcap on the wheel of society. Exclaims that yes, Jackson is grab ass, but good grab ass, which is apparently an acceptable legal defense. I've been wheelchair bound my whole life. Today, for the first time, I stood up, legs trembling, spine untested, solely to turn off the YouTube chat, which my buddy accidentally left playing on his iPhone when he went to the restroom. Doctors said it might never happen. They were wrong. Jackson's cavalier tone and the unearned confidence of your YouTube chat did what modern medicine could not. Your YouTube chat, you got there, doesn't just watch the show, it co-parents the show. Anyways, at this point, well, we're all just boyfriend-in-laws. Jackson laughs at the Blues, Doug married to the Blues, Tim dating the Blues emotionally, and the rest of us are along for the ride. Best, that's from Riot's dad, Dunbar.
Riot's dad, Dunbar.
Martin, email number 8.
Okay.
Prominent winter holiday morning. everything was magical. We splurged on the St. Francis County shrimp, which are crawdads, and the good little Smokies, where the chili sauce and grape jelly had plenty of time to really get to know each other. We gathered around the hearth to open gifts and listen to the best of TMA because that is what Tim would have wanted us to do.
No.
Reliving the optimism about the upcoming 2025 Cardinals season with a potential 90-plus wins really warmed my heart. Much like those Cardinals who were technically there to entertain the fans but refused to acknowledge reality, my slice of heaven was hearing Tim and knowing that my wish to get back to work after the holidays would bring live shows back. And maybe, just maybe, 2026 would be the year of Sappho's for Tim. Doug, that's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of slow email addresses.
Shooter McGavin.
Well, I guess we have 10.
Okay.
Sadie Hawkins, Doug, the Blues have won 2 in a row, and if they just get hot, they can get smoked by the Avalanche in the first round of the playoffs. The Billikens put up 100 on St. Joe's while a furry in a hawk costume compulsively flapped his wings. Chairman Kurt set his money on fire live betting Georgia plus 3.5, who ran a variation of the Music City Miracle where they lateraled across the field to no one in particular, so the ball hit the pylon for a walk-off safety. But I think the lead is that Doug doesn't know how to navigate the apps on his smart TV unless there's a specific button for it on his remote control. Jackson's confused. Huh? Response needs to be clipped off and replayed every show. I know we're 2 days past Larry David's statute of limitations, but I'd like to wish Happy New Year to Libby Jack Virgin Trash Stash Film Bitch.
Yo.
Oh, there's a guy pretending to be a woman who pounds on bombs, bitching about the filler content that ran over the break. Like Tommy Lee Jones in The Fugitive and Libby Jack Don't Care.
That's right.
In all seriousness, I did enjoy the movie boy-sode with the Christmas movie draft, particularly the part where he admitted he was ripping off the Ringers Draft podcast.
That's right.
Format.
If I say it, you can't get mad at me. It's the law.
And I especially enjoyed Gareth referencing Best in Show, only for Film Bitch to pivot to another topic without admitting he's never finished it.
Yeah.
Keep him up, Doug. That's from Buck Swope, DBA, the recessed lady's breast.
Buck Swope.
And finally,
another one.
As we roll into 2026, I'd just like to point out some things stay constant but shouldn't. Number one, a multi-level marketing girl boss getting off to a blazing Q1. Not on the sales quota, but an inordinate amount of time and ability to text you morons. Number two, anonymous internet dorks hating on any betting play Tim makes or any segment Jackson plays during a holiday break, even though they don't know their ass from a hole in the ground. Number three, Mizzou Athletics overpaying and underdelivering because Provel cheese and fried dough money isn't Taylor Sheridan brain rot programming oil tycoon money. Number four, the Cardinals having 25% of its 40-man roster occupied by catchers.
Yes.
Did you see one of the top prospects of the rankings?
Crooks?
Bernal.
Oh, Bernal, yeah.
He's moving on up. Catcher.
Yeah. Catch.
Number five, Swope inevitably finding the loophole in this contest that leads to hashtag litigation and putting fingers in Pale's chest. Well, we'll get him in 2027, boys. P.S. Doug, sorry about the brown paper bag Lee May totem pole John, myself, and compadres created in 2012 in your castle. We all had a score to settle, Billy Madison style. That's from Carlos Spicy Wiener.
Carlos.
And that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. We will write our votes down on our secret ballots, but this contest is really just Mark Milton
trying to get some tax help.
Guess that's what it is. I didn't.
That's like a futures bet.
I like that play. All right, we will have that. We will announce the winner coming up at 10:55. Martin heads to onboarding. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
TMA is sponsored by Stifel for over 135 years. Stifel has been a trusted name in finance, headquartered right here in downtown St. Louis since 1890. So what does Stifel do? Pretty much everything money-related. Wealth management, check. Banking through Stifel Bank, yep. Own a business, they've got a full-service investment bank for that, too. Basically, if it involves finance, Stifel has a solution for you. With 12 offices across the St. Louis region and more than 400 nationwide, Stifel combines local experience with national reach. Unlike many firms, Stifel isn't bank-owned. They own their own bank. That independence allows them to focus on one thing, doing what's best for their clients. It's a philosophy that has made Stifel one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world. Their tagline says it all, where success meets success. That's why they're partnering with TMA. It just makes sense. Stifel and TMA, where success meets success. Stifel Nicholson Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update, and that's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Brooklyn Nets defeat the Denver Nuggets last night, 127-115. Michael Porter Jr., 27 points and 11 rebounds. That's another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Well, I'll tell you something, Doug.
What?
I don't know if Jackson's playing this sad, sad song because he read the Air Comfort Service text inbox, but they are not happy with day one.
Why?
Of the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Month showdown. Heiser House Hooligan. Why didn't he sent this 3 times and you said he should be blocked?
Yes. If they
and
said
he
it
also
3
really
times.
was talking about the Battlehawks, and he sent that in 4 times. Why didn't my email get through? It was thoughtful, funny, and short. This is horse bleep. You can't talk about length and then allow 7 emails longer than the Bill of Rights. That's from the Heiser House Hooligan.
I expect it wasn't as funny as he thought it was, or it would have gotten through.
I think sometimes people confuse the relationship with the listener in a show. Just because you listen to a show, you are not owed anything. We appreciate the support.
No.
But just emailing in is simply, that's how you have to enter the contest, but still might not get in.
Did Heiser House Hooligan send an email in Chairman Kurt? He is our filter, Doug.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now, and I stand by my decision.
Was it long?
No.
Was it good?
No.
Okay, there's your answer.
Right.
And anything, everybody's touched on the Tim sitting on phone books joke. It's just be better, not bitter.
Be better, not bitter. That was producer Joe's advice to I think Iggy, actually, if memory serves. Be better, not bitter. Let's see. Well, Jackson, just because you like basketball doesn't mean you can talk about it all the time. That's from Andy Pants.
Okay, stop these texts. We can talk about whatever we want to talk about.
There were bad ones. That's from the salty bald dad from Caseyville, and I don't think that's performance art with him.
No, but it's just cracking analysis.
There were bad ones.
I hear whistles.
Okay.
I see James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency.
So I'm sitting over there, too. Oh,
and he has been sponsoring TMA or the Tim McKernan Show or both of them going back to 2017. Happy New Year, James Carlton.
Happy New Year to you guys. Didn't the app used to award a listener for the most time spent listening in a given month? I mean, there was
right.
So the listeners, as they listened to the show, did get rewarded back in the day, Jackson, for listening to every segment that you guys broadcast.
You'd like to see that brought back?
Yeah, I think they should be rewarded for their many hours of listening.
I reward them with love and support, and I hope
that's enough.
But I so seldom get it in return. That's why it feels one-sided.
I think you're wonderful, if that stands for anything.
That's all that matters to me.
James, what's doing here in the new year?
Jackson and I got to give ourselves a little pat on the back. We thought the Indiana Hoosiers were going to rout the Roll Tide.
Well done.
But we also had Georgia as our future pick.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
So, you win some, you lose some.
Yeah.
But wow, what a throttling to the Crimson Tide. I mean, that had to be so embarrassing for that fan base. I mean, they got out-physicaled, out-coached, out-executed.
They didn't look like they were in the game.
Oh,
and by that, I mean, the players
God.
looked like they had tapped out in the second half.
That was one of the most impressive, just dominating wins I can remember for, blue blood like that. And then now Indiana is just dominating the portal as well. I mean, what is this world we're living in? Indiana has all of the top guys committing to their school.
Really?
And I guess their NIL is just out of this world. Is it all Mark Cuban? I mean, all of a sudden, Indiana, who was the losingest program, I heard, in college football history, is now the creme de... What is it?
Creme de la creme.
Thank you.
Kelly School of Business turns out a lot of great minds.
They think Mark Cuban's doing all this.
I thought that's what I read. I mean, my goodness, they are spending some money. And Kurt Signetti's got it all figured out. I tell you what, I kind of want to see the Miami-Indiana game. I feel like that is just physical on physical, and I would love to see it. Although if you guys notice, it's very difficult to beat a team twice, as we saw with Ole Miss and Georgia, Bama and OU. I think Oregon's live. I mean,
I think any of the 4.
Yeah.
I really do. And I felt that way. I mean, I guess with the benefit of hindsight, Alabama wasn't live and Texas Tech wasn't live. I don't think if Indiana and Alabama play 10 times, Alabama comes within shouting distance of them. I know Ty Simpson got hurt, but it just wasn't happening.
Yeah.
And I don't think Texas Tech is getting close to Oregon if they play 10 times. Ole Miss, Georgia, we saw. Georgia's beaten them before, albeit in Athens. I could see. I think maybe we underrated. I'll say underrated Ole Miss. I felt like Texas A&M, even though I was kind of shorting the Texas A&M market throughout the course of the season. Thought Texas A&M should have been the 6th seed and Ole Miss should have been 7 based on resume. But Texas A&M, when they finally had to play 2 good teams outside of their win in South Bend early in the season, you saw what happened to them against Texas and against Miami. Meanwhile, Ole Miss did go to Oklahoma and win in the regular season. And then that performance against Georgia was super impressive. And former Missouri running back Kewan Lacey, man, he is an absolute force. I figured he would not have the day that he had. He nearly rushed for 100 yards. Was dangerous out of the backfield. So I could see any of them. I would imagine if you were taking bets from 100 people, the one that would get the least number of bets to win would be Ole Miss if you're not getting odds. And I would imagine Indiana would get the most. I don't know who would be second.
Probably Oregon.
I think it'd be Oregon because of the dominating fashion of the score. But Miami really could have / should have been up bigger on Ohio State. And I think it'd be fair to say that Miami played a better opponent than Oregon did.
Yeah. Miami, Marcel Reed, I guess, is kind of a poor man's Trinidad Chambliss. Would you agree with that? And by the way, I think Trinidad Chambliss would be my first quarterback picked out of these 4 teams. I know Mendoza won the Heisman, but right now, if you had to give me one of these quarterbacks, I'm taking Chambliss all day. Miami sacked Marcel Reed, who's very elusive, 7 times. I mean, if they can handle Trinidad Chambliss, which Georgia clearly could not in that 4th quarter, I like Miami, and I like Miami a lot to beat Ole Miss.
Wow.
Yeah, and then I just Indiana looks unbeatable, but there's something to that. You can't beat a team twice, or it's difficult to beat a team twice. Oregon's defense, I thought Texas Tech was very live to win that game before it kicked off, and their defense certainly came to play, but that quarterback just seemed like he was deer in headlights. He had nothing going against that Oregon defense.
And Baron, that was the first game this year that Texas Tech has lost with him starting. Their one loss came against Arizona State when he was hurt, and they had a true freshman making his first start. We saw how that worked out for Missouri, so you can understand why, at least I was high on Texas Tech, and to the Oregon's credit. Now, keep in mind, what were we talking about following Oregon's game against James Madison? Their defense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
all the points that they allowed to James Madison. So you can have these overcorrections. That was one of the reasons why I was kind of like, I wonder about Missouri getting Stone and Pierce back, and they've had 2 weeks to focus on that disaster against Illinois in the bragging rights game. And to Missouri's credit, they executed. I don't know who would really be coming off of a questionable win, though. All 4 of those wins, Ole Miss's is huge to beat a blue blood. And a team that beat them. Ohio State losing to Miami speaks for itself, with Miami going on the road to College Station and beating Ohio State in Texas in the Cotton Bowl. And then, of course, what we saw in the dominating performances from the 2 Big Ten teams. So nobody's really coming off the game where you go, I don't know on that one.
I can't wait.
They all look so damn good. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
Yes.
You have either college football playoffs or
my wife's
NFL
favorite
playoffs.
time of the year.
Is this when she really gets
she
into
loves it? Every night there's a big game. Loves it. Do you like that the college games are playing Thursday, Friday? I do, because they're isolating themselves.
I enjoy it. One of the things that Dan Lanning said was college football needs to own Saturday.
Yeah.
We're not in business with the NFL. And start the season a week earlier and play it out, and then have the championship game on New Year's Day.
Yeah.
That's it. And then you don't get into this thing that the college football playoff's doing, which is they're going head to head with the NFL. And the NFL doesn't back down. They put the Packers and the Bears on up against that Oregon James Madison game.
Yeah, they sure did.
So they're not backing down.
Yeah, some great games. The crazy stat I heard all weekend, that was the first time Georgia had lost leading in the 4th quarter in 75 games.
Jeez. Wow.
And I know I agree with Gabe that coaches don't have as much of an impact on the game, but Kirby going for it on that 4th down was crazy, I thought. And was Frazier hurt at that point? Did he run that play? I can't remember. But Frazier was great. He was having a great game, and then he got dinged up. And without him, if they ran that 4th and short on their own side of the field, that totally flipped that momentum. And Kirby Smart, I would say heading into that game was probably the best coach going.
With the, again, this is all with the benefit of hindsight, but I do think a play can be the gasoline on a fire that leads to a blowout. I do think Alabama and Indiana are just, amazing to say this, in two different classes. You would have said this 2 years ago, you would have thought it's insane.
It's crazy.
But Kalen DeBoer had been rewarded. He went 3 for 3 going for it against Missouri on fourth down.
Yeah.
Went, I think, 3 for 3 against Auburn, including, if you recall, you got to go into the weeds. They could have kicked a field goal to take the lead deep in Auburn's territory late in that game, and he went for it on fourth down, got a touchdown.
And the committee rewarded him for his ballsy play call.
Yes, of course they did. It had nothing to do with the SEC championship game, and did it against Oklahoma as well. He was 7 for 7 on fourth down in the game they won against Oklahoma, not the one they lost in Tuscaloosa, against Auburn and against Missouri. And he goes for it on fourth down, I think like at his own 35 in the first quarter. And they don't get it. And, I think it was 4 plays later, Indiana's in the end zone, and it's 10-0. And I just thought to myself, I get it. It's worked. But it's a 3-0 game in the first quarter, and you're in your own territory. You just cannot do that when your offense is one-dimensional. They could not run the football. They didn't even hand it off. They were conceding what they've got there. So I really thought, and I know Alabama fans have been all over him anyway, but I thought that was a big mistake in the moment.
Yeah.
I thought it was a big mistake. And I think, just like I said with Joey McGuire at the end of, that game against Oregon should have been a blowout at the half.
Absolutely. Was it 6-0?
And it's only 6-0 at the half.
Absolutely.
And that's because Lanning had went for it a couple times in Texas Tech territory and didn't convert.
Right.
Well, McGuire was in the exact same spot, I thought, as Eli Drinkwitz was with Missouri against Texas A&M. Miraculously, you're only down 7 at the half, and you can run out the clock and go to the half and get the ball back, just like Texas Tech could have, and reset, make adjustments like Ohio State did against Miami, and they got their offense going. Obviously, they came up short, but they made adjustments. And instead, Joey McGuire's running pass plays, and now they give the ball back to Oregon. Oregon was going to score again, and then there was a bad snap. They had a few bad snaps. That was a big miss, in addition to the fact that Texas Tech, much like Missouri, couldn't move the ball. And so from that standpoint, I thought, okay, it's just a matter of Oregon naming whatever score they want to name. And then that was the same case with Indiana. So the Big Ten has a guaranteed participant in the championship game. And if the SEC doesn't have Ole Miss win this thing, and as we were saying, Ole Miss the least likely of the 4 to win it, the SEC will have to go back. What will it be now? 3 years?
Yeah.
To find the
Michigan and Ohio State. Yeah.
Michigan, Ohio State, and then one of Indiana, Oregon.
Yeah.
Ole Miss was a pretty easy team to root for, though, based on what they went through. And Pete Golding seems like a good guy.
Yeah.
He came off very well in the interviews there during the game.
If it wasn't for Tim, I'd be rooting like hell for the Rebels. But
you want Tim to make more money.
I cannot wait for that game. Those are two contrasting styles. I don't think Miami's gone up against a hurry-up offense like this. I think they said during the broadcast, Ole Miss snaps the ball an average of 18 seconds. That Miami defense is legit, but can they hang in there for 4 quarters? And we saw what they did to Georgia, and they wore them down in that fourth quarter, and Chambliss was unbelievable. I'm kind of surprised he's not looking at the draft. He looks so darn good. I know he's smaller, but he looks so darn good. It looks like he's going to get that additional year of eligibility and probably make really good money in Oxford.
I believe it was Ross Dellinger who reported that this morning, that he got that approved. So, but Missouri's quarterback for next year will be the backup quarterback
2 years
on
in a row.
Thursday night in the college football playoff semifinals this Thursday between Ole Miss and Miami. What would you do if you're me? I've got 2 tiny little bets that total up to a nice amount of money, a material amount of money. Do you take Ole Miss money line plus 140 and bet, let's say, I don't know, 10, 20% of what I would get paid there? Because I'm getting plus 140. Do you take Ole Miss plus 3.5? And theoretically, if Miami wins by 1, 2, or 3, I win both bets, but I'm laying 110 or 115 there. Or do you just ride it out and you go, okay, well, you got theoretically about a 25% chance to score a big hit without having to put in really any cash? What would you do? Doug, it's you make the call. You remember that?
Just ride it out. It's gone well for you so far. Ride it out.
But I got guaranteed profit.
I'm kind of with Doug on that. Plus, you can build a spreadsheet. You're good at that and figure out what the optimization is there. But Miami, their lines of scrimmage are playing so darn well. For them to kind of beat up Ohio State, wasn't that amazing? I mean, I was so impressed. It's one thing against A&M, but I mean, for them to push around Ohio State, and Ole Miss doesn't have the line of scrimmages that Ohio State does. I mean,
the difference on that thing with Ole Miss, and this is the thing I'm going to keep an eye on, and because Julian's saying is the antithesis of mobility.
Sure.
Obviously, Trinidad is. I mean, that play, it was like with mobility, the Eli Manning, David Tyree play, except Manning not necessarily as mobile as his Ole Miss quarterbacking cohort, where he just ran around. It was like a play you'd see on Madden. It was run around and then make that play. Is that going to be what helps get Ole Miss past Miami's defense? And that's
the only way, I think. I think he's going to be under pressure,
right.
but are they going to be able to get him on the ground?
And
I don't know.
I mean, I think there's a chance with the heat that defense brings that you might see Missouri's quarterback get in there.
Ooh.
How about that?
For their sake, I hope that's not the case. Not that Austin Simmons might not be the greatest thing ever when he comes to Columbia, but right now, Trinidad Chambliss is appointment television. I'm rooting like hell for him and Golding and that whole team. And yeah, outside of Tim's very small wager with a handsome payout, I'm going Rebs.
There it is. You're on hotty toddy.
Yes.
You'd rather Tim win than you?
Well, I don't have any action on it.
Okay.
Yeah, I really like Miami's matchup.
This can change my family's trajectory.
You'll be able to
Miami
retire?
wins.
Probably pay for that extra 12 credit hours. You can probably do that.
I could go down to
you'd go
Missouri
back to school,
and
would you?
finish off those 12 credit hours.
Yeah.
I think it's 8 credit hours. Maybe there's inflation.
That might be fun to do. Just take a semester off.
Man, can you imagine what the ladies would say if I came back down there at almost 50?
They'd say, you got any grandkids that are cute?
I got a 3-year-old.
Tim's asked if they want to go hang at Quentin's. That closed 15 years ago.
Yeah, Peach Pit After Dark. James, always good to see you. Thanks so
All
much,
right,
sir.
guys.
That's
Take
James
care.
Carlton. We'll take a break.
Thanks,
Come back
James.
with more TMA 101 ESPN. Oh, Doug. Was there a dry eye at Ronnie's when Lady Gaga went on stage with Bradley Cooper?
Well, I've been to Ronnie's many times. I've never left in tears.
Well, this happened. What happened? About 28 minutes into the film?
I don't
think
know.
earlier.
Really? All right.
Well, she sings it for the first time, like when they first meet.
Yeah, but on stage.
That
was the moment where people started to weep at Ronnie's.
They had those two on stage there at Ronnie's?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
a nice get.
Every showing, Bradley Cooper and Lady Gaga would show up and play it live.
Huh.
Yeah. Like Santa Claus.
Yeah. And then they'd go over to Uncle Leo's and see the Miners Boys.
Yep.
Well, it's close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get those fungo wings.
Yeah,
Bradley Cooper's
that makes
birthday
sense.
today. Want to take a guess on that age of Bradley
50.
Cooper? Really good guess. He's 51 today.
Really?
51.
Huh.
Seems
You
younger,
didn't give
doesn't
Doug a chance to say 51.
Yeah, I would have, too.
He would have. Absolutely.
Yeah, I
I
know
would have
you-
given Doug the wing because I know.
Doug, you got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I would have thought younger.
I would, too.
He's gone brioing lately.
Yeah, I can see
Yes?
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's impossible to miss with the commercials in the NFL playoffs. I think he's doing that Uber Eats commercial.
I think that might have been pre-brioing.
Speaking of Uber Eats, though, and we just talked about Tim possibly going back to campus, there's an outstanding ad that Uber Eats did with Brian Cox about going back to college that I wholeheartedly recommend people go watch. It's like a 2-minute ad that's hilarious.
I heard the same commercial many times for Starbucks where the guy's singing, and I will walk 500 miles. Then I will
Proclaimers,
walk
91?
500 more. And I can't get that out of my head.
I realized yesterday for the first time in all the football that I've watched, and I've seen thousands of Liberty Mutual commercials, I finally put 2 and 2 together yesterday that Limu, the emu, is named for the first 2 letters of Liberty and Mutual. And I'm embarrassed that it took me that long to get
I
there.
didn't put that
I
together.
didn't know that either. Jackson, did you throw up at Duke's on Friday night?
No.
What'd you have to eat that ruined your stomach?
No.
Happy New Year's. Did someone from this team go to Duke's in St. Louis Friday night?
I was there Saturday night.
Have you ever thrown up in a
Doug,
bar?
were you there Friday night?
I wasn't there.
I don't think I've ever thrown up at a bar. I've thrown up outside of a bar, which is I bet bars would prefer you to throw up outside of their
Probably
establishment
so.
rather than in the
Yes.
And that was watching the Drake game. You excused
No,
yourself.
as it's on wax, I was on my couch.
You hear about wax?
No, I did that live stream for it. So
Some
people
bar
could-
in Columbia posted somebody ripped the toilet right off the haunches at the bar the other night.
Off its haunches.
Yeah.
well, there was the one bar in Columbia where there was no stall door.
My buddy mentioned this being brought up this morning in conversation on the show. Can you confirm around what time it very well could have been my friend? That's from the 314.
He's asking us to confirm if someone threw up at a bar on Friday night.
I'm sure the answer to that is yes.
Yeah.
Somewhere in town it happened.
Right. I was there Saturday night. I didn't see anyone vomit. I certainly did not vomit. But that was Saturday night, not Friday night. I can't be sure.
How embarrassing would that be to do it right there in the bar?
Yeah, it's tough.
I mean, I think, like, I realize mathematically with the law, this might not make sense, but when you're like 17 or 18, you know, and you're getting your sea legs, Doug, you like that term? Your sea
I don't
legs?
mind it, Jim.
But yeah, I'm at 49, I'm at the bar vomiting. God almighty. Oh.
I'm sure that's happened too.
Told you, Tim, anytime you offer something for free to the peasants, they will complain until the apocalypse. Block them! Poor people need not apply, losers. That's from the Worst of Woods Wacko, who is not happy that there are people complaining about the email submissions or what got through the filter. I don't know what.
Poor people need not apply. That's the rule for this email contest.
Not officially.
Doug, I know someone who vomited at Napoli on Saturday. It's from Starvin' Marvin. I wonder if it was the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom.
I don't know. Hopefully you at least make it into the bathroom. Otherwise you got a real mess on your hands.
Disgusting. Yeah. I feel terrible for the people. Anyone who's worked in retail, to like cleaning up throw up, someone else's throw up is it should be a crime.
You see it in grade schools. There's always some kid who throws up.
Sawdust. Spread it across.
You smell it all over the school.
Oh, it's brutal.
Boy, that is brutal. Is that what they still do there? They bring out the sawdust?
I don't believe so.
Yeah.
I didn't see sawdust there in my time.
So what do they do when the comet comes out?
I think
Doug, that is the vomit
Would you
comet.
just squeegee it together?
I think you get the custodian and you just start mopping.
What about a shop vac?
That would probably take care of it.
Yeah, but think about cleaning out the basin there.
God.
Ugh. Yeah, bad beat. If you can, if you have to throw up, please try to get to the bathroom. Go in the toilet.
A good rule of thumb.
Yeah.
As opposed to just standing there having conversation. Throw up and just continue your conversation.
Josh Allen throws up before every football game.
Really?
Yeah.
Doug Marshall Falk threw up on the field at Arrowhead October 2000. Is that right?
Years, Tim.
Donovan McNabb threw up in the Super Bowl. Am I right on that? Oh, somebody will-
My dad just texted me, yes, they still use sawdust.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow, that's tough.
They say the old Blues goalie, Glenn Hall, used to throw up before every game, even as a veteran.
Yeah. But do you think they're
Gets so
naturally
nervous.
doing that, or are they
I guess
forcing
he got
it
so
out?
nervous.
Letting the devil out. Yeah.
I've never been nervous to throw up. That's really nervous.
I can't really remember the last time I've thrown up not from alcohol.
Ooh, when the comet comes out and it's not from alcohol, it's brutal.
Well, I'm famously
I think taco
anti-botulism.
night last year, I had taco night, I think it was January of 25, and I still haven't had taco night since.
Yeah.
Oh, did you toss your cookies?
Yes.
Well, I have such an anti-botulism stance that I won't allow that.
Anti-botulism stance.
I don't think I've thrown up 10 times in my life.
Really? It's a blessing.
It's rare.
Yeah.
You feel skinny afterwards.
Yeah.
I get all hot and sweaty. It's not a good look.
I can't even explain how turned on I am right now. That's from Richard Toast.
Don't kink shame, Doug.
Doug, you're about to kink shame. We're going to give the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day at about 10:55. There is a winner. The white smoke has emerged from the Hubbard Radio Studios. So someone will be on the board with the first win of 2026 and that $10,000 Design Air Heating and Cooling HVAC system that Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling has so kindly put up as the prize for the month of January. I'm going to tell you something. I can't say enough good things about Dr. Brandon Pryor. Doug, you have any root canals in your resume?
Sure, 3 or 4.
It's the day before Christmas Eve. I think that's December 23rd. And my tooth that I'd come in here the last couple of months to say to you boys, I said, God, this toothache. I saw Dr. Pryor and he goes, here's where the nerve is. He goes, I think there's a chance it might need a root canal, and then it still was acting up. I'm like, I'm not going to be able to get in maybe until after the new year. This guy gets me in, and 4 hours later, I'm getting a root canal. He's not an endodontist. He's a dentist at 100 West Dental. I mean, that man saved the day for me.
Hell yeah.
Saved the day.
Toothache, no joke.
I am telling you. Dr.
And they don't
Brandon
hurt. They
Pryor.
don't hurt really anymore. They give you that shot.
The nerve's gone. Oh, as far as the actual process, yeah. What was the deal? Because that used to be famous, root canal pain.
Yeah. Well, they're actually going down into the nerve inside the root of your tooth.
Right. So I wonder, was this 50 years ago that they were?
I guess, anesthesia hadn't come along far enough. Because that would have been horrendous.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, usually the most painful part of any of that stuff is when they give you the anesthetic shot. Yeah. And even that's just a pinch.
Yeah, it lasts a second.
Right.
Dr. Brandon Pryor is online at 100westdental.com. His office is on Manchester in Baldwin. And I cannot say enough good things about Dr. Brandon Pryor and his staff and the technology that they have. 100westdental.com. Give them my name. You get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental. The program's called TMA. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring's been family and locally owned for over 30 years. Michael takes great pride in helping and making sure that his employees are happy and make a great living. His passion's flooring. When you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. That's why, again, he's making sure he gets the best installers and giving them $7 a square yard, which is incredible compensation in this industry. Just come in or talk to them, and you're going to see the difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you and not pushing what corporate's telling them they have too much of. There's a reason he's continued to grow through 31 years. Employees employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they are taken care of. And this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interests of the buyers at heart. They have it all, but carpet is awesome, and it's back. They have so many varieties of all flooring, and they have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis. They're in Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peter's. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit online at igotfloored.com. Doug, did you play this on Christmas morning with the family?
Well, it doesn't everybody.
I'm not going to lie. I missed this so much. I watched it during the break. Just the whole performance.
Doug, you watched Jiminy Glick over the break.
I did that little YouTube watching of Jiminy Glick. Yeah, just hysterical.
Yeah.
Maybe the funniest thing I've ever seen.
Of all like the pseudo interview shows, like the interview shows that are obviously satirical.
Between Two Ferns.
Yeah, and there's been a growing amount of them, I would say, in the past 15 years. I think they all owe Jiminy Glick a lot because that is.
Was he the first one to do it?
First one that I know of. Yeah. I mean, maybe. But I just don't think, like, there wasn't a lot of platforms for it. Like, when there was only 6 channels, it'd be surprising to have one of them be satirical interviews.
Yeah. Well, if it's that funny, I think someone would have wanted it.
Sure. And I think Glick proved that because Between Two Ferns was huge. That was massive.
I still love that.
Oh, it's great. And then there's a bunch of stuff right now that's kind of in the same vein, similar. And it's really good stuff.
Hey, Papers, have you looked at the money puck numbers for the Blues?
Yeah,
what do you
I have.
got?
Yeah.
Because the Blues are on this heater, Doug, picking up 4 points. I mean, it was an absolute low point on Wednesday night, New Year's Eve, against the Avalanche. Then they get all 4 points against Vegas and Montreal, and now sit a point back. Granted, they have played more games than both the teams they are chasing for that wild card spot. But what do you think, Doug? Let's guess, because I haven't looked at Money Puck. What do you think the odds are, the percentage of the Blues making the playoffs right now?
The percentage of the Blues making the playoffs.
I'm going to say 7.5%. 7.5%.
I think it'd be maybe a tad higher than that.
Is that because you're a rights holder?
Yeah, I'd say maybe 10%.
Okay.
Doug gets the cigar, 11.5%.
Nice!
Okay.
What's their chances of hoisting the chalice on June 12th?
Hoisting the chalice, they have a 0.2% chance.
That's up from 0.1%.
Yeah,
0.2.
But it's interesting, Doug, because Vancouver only has a 10.8% chance of making the playoff, but their chances to win the cup are 0.3%.
It's better than ours.
Winnipeg, 9.3% chance to make the playoff, but 0.3% chance to win the cup.
And both those teams are well behind the Blues in point total.
Right. So that doesn't make much sense to me. But
it's almost as if someone's making it up.
I don't know puck. To get the number 1 pick, the Blues have a 9.9% chance.
Well, that'd be nice. No, I don't want that. I don't ever want the number 1 pick. I always want a team that's competing.
You looking forward to the Cardinal season?
I'm not. I'm very depressed about the Cardinals' upcoming season.
I legitimately am excited about it. And I know it sounds like it's Cowherdian, that I'm just doing contrarian, but I truly am.
Excited to see what?
If weather holds an opening day,
that's exactly it.
If weather
I don't know what we're going to see, but last year and the year before, it was. I'm sorry, I'm cutting you.
No,
off
you're
there.
good, man.
You're still a Prince of Peace.
Yep.
I don't know what the hell we're going to see, but at least they're turning the page.
Right.
I might be turning the page to butt ass, but at least turning the page. Jeff Passan said there's a chance that and who was it that said that they did a deal with the Mariners?
Ironhead. The Mets. Wilson Contreras of the Mets.
No, somebody said they had a deal done with the Mariners.
Oh, that was Saucy Jack?
Wow.
Or
Impressive.
Big Sauce? I don't know.
Donovan?
One of the two.
Yeah.
Someone's saucy.
But Passan did a chat over the break, and he said there is a good chance that Bloom will hold on to him because he doesn't need to trade him, and he could have incredible value with his ability to play so many positions at the deadline. So he says that Donovan could be sticking around, and he owes us an interview for spring training. Do you remember that, Jackson?
He does.
Yeah.
He said, I get you.
Yeah.
But that was, in fairness, he was in the midst of arbitration deals and all that, so I get why. But yeah, he does owe us. And from all accounts, he's a great guy, so I'm sure he'll help
I
us
think
out.
if they put out a team with a bunch of really young guys, it's going to be interesting to watch for a couple weeks, maybe a month. And then if they're already buried, we're going to say, oh, brother, we got to see this all year. That's what I think might happen.
Yeah.
It's going to be not so interesting to watch after about a month and a half.
I think if Weatherholt can pan out to be something really special, I think that's something that would get fans excited.
What would be ideal? I did a kind of a chat because I said, all right, it's 11 o'clock. Oregon, Texas Tech are about to start on the TMA fan page on Facebook. I knew my family my wife and 2 boys were going to go out and watch a movie at 1 o'clock. I made it crystal clear. I'm not moving for the next 12 hours. And I said woman because I was raised right.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'll sit here and talk it over with members of the TMA fan page on Facebook. Jackson, you do a wonderful job moderating it.
It's what I spent most of my break doing.
I thought you did best ofs.
Yeah, I was getting so many emails about posts being on there.
There were problematic posts on the fan page?
No, just like see what this person posted. How about no? That's what I said to that.
That's what you wrote back?
Yeah, I responded to the email.
They want you to go and look at what everyone's posting.
Yeah, I said no
Stop
thanks.
what you're doing and look what this guy
I'll be
posted.
honest, I don't think I went on Facebook one time in that break.
Did you miss it?
Not in the slightest.
So in this chat, which you got to go back and read, because there's like 400 posts about me loving Texas Tech, and then you see how it plays out.
Yeah.
But somebody said, what's your anticipation for the Cardinal season? What do they need to have happen? I said, it would be wonderful if not only one or two of the young players get going, but that there's some personality. Yeah. And I realize, and I made an analogy with like the Yankees. Was it the core four? Is that what they called them, Doug? The core four?
That sounds familiar.
Jeter, Bernie Williams, and Mariano.
Yeah.
Those weren't necessarily real charismatic guys. They were bad guys. They just weren't, entertainment. They weren't like the 2004 Red Sox. And I'm sure Yankees fans have no problem with what they did on the field. But I think to get people excited, it would be wonderful if there was some personality along with some production.
Maybe get Harrison Bader back.
You think Harrison Bader, the king, comes back? Mm-hmm. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, which will come your way tomorrow at 9:45. But coming up next, we give you the winner of day one of the month-long Design Air Heating and Cooling HVAC giveaway here on TMA. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues back in action on Wednesday evening as they take on the Chicago Blackhawks. It's going to be an 8:30 p.m. puck drop, 7:30 p.m. pregame right here on 101 ESPN. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back. It is the morning after 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt sliding into the dais with Martin at onboarding. And Jackson Burkett. Well, Doug, we've been talking about it for a couple of months, and finally it arrived today. Day one.
Okay.
Of the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Month competition, in which someone will win a $10,000 HVAC system. Whoever wins the most emails of the day in the month of January. And I'll give you a little behind the scenes.
Okay.
We read the emails at 9:45, which is what we're going to do throughout the month. We all voted on a secret ballot. And it finished 2-2-1. Jackson Burkett, executive, went and tended to it for the tiebreaker. And we have a winner for the first Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, January 5th, 2026. Jackson, who takes the early lead?
On day one, 1-0. One win against the field. Carlos Spicy Wiener.
Carlos Spicy Wiener. Now, I love Carlos Spicy. He didn't get my vote.
Right. Well, that's
Carlos Spicy Wiener wins on day one.
Yep.
I mean, he had a great entry, Doug. You talked about laying Lee made totem pole at your house.
Oh, I must have tuned out that part. Well, what was the tiebreaker? If it finished 2-2-1.
So you and I voted one way, Tim and Kurt voted one way, so I asked Martin, the person who did not vote, and he voted for the one vote. I asked, who do you like between this person and this person? He said, Carlos Spicy Wiener.
Boom, there it is.
So that takes care of it. So that's going to be our...
You're running an efficient system.
Trying my best. Just trying my best.
Right.
The boy's trying, as Doug says.
The boy's trying, as Doug says. That's what you're known for saying.
I said that to him once or twice.
Congratulations to Carlos Spicy Wiener. He has one win, and if he can win the next 19, he will clinch a $10,000 HVAC system. And have you or your family seen a change in you? Well, it is the new year. How about a new you? You can do so with Mentality. Go to mentalityhealth.com. Whether it's low energy, weight gain, or just that feeling that something's off, Mentality can help. Stop being tired of being tired and get back to the guy you used to be. You can do so with Mentality. I've been out there. I have been tested. It is local, and it is easy. In and out within 20 minutes. Super friendly staff and an easy process. Get tested. Know your levels. Go to Mentality. MentalityHealth.com. BK and Ferrario are up next. Time for us to shut it down. You can always go back and podcast or watch the show on the TMA STL YouTube channel. For Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt, Martin Kilcoyne, my brother Kevin, and Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.